last time, we actually ended up dedicating most of the last session. You guys had finished you had finished your business within the Dryson Woods. You've dealt seemingly as far as you need to with the Prism Dome. From there, rather than moving straight to Zotbrakar to check in with your different regions and start to deal with some of the aftermath of some of the events that are playing. Aftermath's the wrong word, but moving to rather than moving directly to Zotbrakar to immediately start dealing with the events, you elected to first go to Ravenshold. To really, the whole goal was actually so that Cytherin could simply gain access to the teleportation circle to ideally open up your ways of travel throughout Altira. That said, turned into a little bit more shenanigans. Some merchant friends were made. A dragon was cleansed, and a favor was earned, specifically by Zephyr. And Gurgle and Terrence both almost elected to stay within Ravenshold after it was some very nice, cool water. Made the worries of the world seem a little bit less worrisome. That said, you guys were able to stave off whatever the mind-altering magic of the pools were, and now that a favorable relationship and trade agreement has actually been set up with a merchant guild and a dragon, you guys now did make your way to the teleportation circle. Cytherin has now...
Well, I can teleport from anywhere, but yeah.
Yes. So you have now bonded with the teleportation circle, thus giving you access. You did also sign basically a pact, a contract, magical in nature, that simply stated that you would never use it for
hostile intent,
hostile means, or you would lose the ability to. Not only would you lose the ability to utilize the portal, but it likely would have some other harmful effects mentally that were attached to it.
I read between the lines. You said that nothing along those lines.
As long as you didn't use it hostily, was that? Yeah, but if
But
you were to use it,
definitely said if
hostile,
you
it
use it
just
with
wouldn't
hostile,
work.
you just would die. He
Yeah,
said
yeah.
you would just die.
I don't believe it was death. We can double check that. Whatever the case is, you signed a contract that you cannot use this portal for hostile intent. But with that being the case, from here, you guys have activated the teleportation circle. You have, excuse me, currently with you, it is just, even though there's only 4 of you here, it's the 6 of you as Gurgle and Tiku are here. Tiku will be here in a moment, but this is actually something I forgot to mention. Gurgle,
Because we can't use the teleporter with hostile intent, is that why Gurgle's not here?
no. Gurgle
going to
is
Zotbrakar, first of all.
he is sick with an ear infection, so he actually will not be here today. I should have mentioned that up front. Yes, you guys have now teleported to Zotbrakar. The again is a quick reminder of where you would be starting then. The teleportation circle within Zotbrakar is within the palace, so
It's the room off to the side.
yes, it is not. It's not terribly close to the throne room. It would effectively be considered what would be about
How
5.
You said it was. You have like the main palace that has the throne room up at here, and it's on ground level.
Yes,
to the side.
it'd be at like the bottom of it, as the Palace of Zotbrakar is built into a mountainside. So it is instead of your typical building, it is more of just a slew of rooms connected by bridges that ascend up the mountaintop. But as you guys all appear in there, there's the single dwarven guard who is always stationed here. You've seen him. You've actually seen this exact guard once before. This is one of Dalaran's troops, not one of the members of your brigade. But as you guys teleport in, he looks over, kind of pulls his glaive down, and notices who you guys are, and he says, "Oh, you guys are back. It's been quite some time."
Yeah, could we get someone to take care of these wyverns?
Oh, well, of course. And he turns, and the door leading out of this is more of like it's almost more of like a gate leading out of this teleportation circle to accommodate for any kind of larger groups. So with that, he just knocks on the door real quick. The gates swing open, and effectively a small entourage of guards come through. They meet with you. They take your wyverns unless you are opposed to that.
Oh. Holy shit. I was voice acting a bug, and now I can't do his voice.
You just talk. You talk like this.
Just inhale.
Go ahead.
There you go. Okay, so they take the wyverns off, and really, at this point, you guys are welcome here, and Dalaran already sent word ahead per your guys' request, so you're not all too unexpected. One other quick reminder that you guys did figure out in the last session, most leadership is currently...
AFK.
Yes, the king is not present, as well as one of Dalaran's brothers. Olmerton is still here.
Collider's in the new continent.
Kleider is not here either.
Were we getting cleansed?
By the way, can I ask the guard? Hey, am I still on parole? It's not like my crime thing up. It's been a while.
He's your parole officer.
Well, I know he's a parole officer, but he hasn't been able to check in. These guys get, I guess, briefings. Don't you? You get briefed, right? Briefing's the right term, isn't it?
So, as a quick reminder, he was actually the judge of it, too. He was literally given basically full autonomy over
Your sentence.
your
Hey.
sentence.
Nice feathers today. Am I still like?
Paul says that he's gonna be watching the chat, or
If you have
he's
any
gonna be watching the
questions,
stream,
he'll
so
hear
we
it.
can talk to him in the chat.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up and then I'll just mute it.
Razu, am I still like under arrest?
I'll
Me and
look
Trinity
at the
can also
records
inform you.
and see what I can do.
Just I think I've done a lot to like reform myself.
Give me,
Talking to the soldier.
if you would, give me the records on his crimes. And if you know, has the meeting with Olmerton been set up yet? I believe word was sent ahead.
Well, in regards to any records regarding the Minotaur, they're not... I'll get you what I can. Olmerton is expecting you. If you wish, we could take you to meet with him now. He said that he would be available most of this afternoon. And while we were expecting you closer to this morning, at this point, I believe he'd be available. We'd simply need to send word ahead if you wish to meet with Olmerton.
Does anyone have anything they need to do first?
Not immediately.
As a
Meeting
quick
with him
reminder,
later.
by the way, so you already know basically the conditions that have been placed upon Terrence, and effectively what Dalaran, what ended up being the final call and passing off to you, was is he responsible enough himself to both not harm others and to basically be a meaningful contributor to society?
Nope.
Due to what is a, we'll say, harsh background. It's like, if you just left him to his devices, would he be positive for society or no?
Nope.
If you think the answer is yes, then you could say yes. If the answer is no, then no. And you literally got full reins to it. Welcome to being a captain of the guard.
I was just thinking like details on like what exactly his
by
crimes
the way.
was, because he was on death row. It is what I thought was the thing.
Yes, and then you were given the reins of, if you believe that, so basically if you determine at any point
Those murders were
That
in
he is
self-defense.
that he
dangerous.
can, like,
You're
that
almost
will
given
never
to
happen. He will
your
never
God.
be part of society. He never can. You actually accepted the responsibility that it would be your job to kill him.
You're almost sent to.
Yeah,
be
You
so-
are his executioner. You're judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah, I got that bit. I'm saying like, is there like records on exactly what he did to be on death's row?
So you already figured that out as
Yes.
well. So we'll say that they provided these with you as well. So it'd be illegal fighting in combination with pissing off the wrong people effectively, taking out champions of effectively nobility, and killing them in fights where you're not necessarily supposed to. Effectively murder. Your simplest answer here is murder. Self-defense murder, but murder.
Yeah, those murders were in self-defense.
That's called manslaughter.
I guess it's true. Manslaughter.
It was more than men.
Many cases of manslaughter is what his current
Sentient
crimes
slaughter.
are.
Sentient slaughter, yeah.
and children too.
I mean,
Or you,
baby.
So I know we were tasked with cleansing the forest. Were we promised a reward for doing so?
so as far as the original job was, you would, as an adventuring group. So this is the Cubix
Ascenders.
Ascenders. Sorry. You were promised backing from the crown. So the sponsor for the Cubix Ascenders would be the crown, assuming that you were able to complete the task. That was your main reward associated with that. Olmerton did say that he would do what other things that to assist in any way he can, because part of being sponsored as an adventuring group isn't just funds. It's like, quite literally, you are effectively serving at almost like as a champion of the royal family in this case. So they are motivated to sponsor you with goods to ensure you survive.
I see.
So the reward is the sponsorship from the crown, but that could come with other things along with it. That'd be something you'd be meeting with Omerton for.
Gotcha.
The other thing, as a just like a quick reminder, and I don't know if this was before we started streaming actually. The one other thing is that was Ravenhold's request to join in the alliance between Icladon. I
thought we were sent there to ask them if we wanted to join.
They said that if you guys were able to deal with the prism, they would join. So part of the initial job was you were being sent by the king to basically establish diplomatic relations, and the reason you were actually doing it wasn't just to deal with the prism war. It was a request from Ravenshold in response to trying to build those relationships. Effectively, it was like, hey, you want to be our friend? We have this problem. You help us do this, then yeah, we'll be your friend. We'll join your alliance, and those relationships will open up. So
Nice.
At this point, and you actually got confirmation of this. I don't know how much you guys. It was a few weeks ago. Dalaran also confirmed that relationship actually has been set up.
Yeah.
So with that, any other questions in regard to that? Just so you now are familiar with his. Are we good?
I think we're good, yeah.
Okay. What do you guys want to do?
Heading and meeting with Omerton before heading out and doing our own thing is probably the best bet.
All right.
Send word.
I'll see about getting. I'll see about getting that scheduled. That guard leaves, and then a few different scribes that have actually been effectively waiting for you guys as Dalaran sent word ahead, actually coming to meet with each of you individually that seem to hold the different regions, I guess would be the right districts. Sorry, districts is the word. So first with you, Zephyr. So this is technically with you as well, but you can tell the scribe is like, he seems to be trying to kind of talk to you guys, but he's talking to Zephyr. Hey,
I did that on purpose.
I suddenly forget your main guy's name. Do you remember? Do you know his name offhand? I can pull it up.
I think I wrote it down.
Oh, I know I wrote it down. I just
know I have it written down somewhere too.
What are we talking about?
It's his main guy that he promoted.
I'm a ways from it though.
All right, Tree. When Keith or whoever did it, whenever they closed my thing, they definitely deleted one of my recent notes, so it's in a different spot.
Rip.
That said, you know who I'm talking about. I'll get his name. My bad. The main scribe that was overseeing your district comes up to you, Zephyr.
I think it was like a stitch of code or something.
You good? You need a second. Sorry. Nathaniel got locked out of his computer.
What? It's not working.
Okay, we're gonna hold that thought because he just went upstairs.
you
So
telling
instead, one of your members come. So this specific individual, I knew I was missing something. We're doing great here.
I wanted to pull up my notes to remember the names, but
I did not write down the name, so I can't help.
I mean, I have them all written down. I just need to get in. It's on World Anvil. If you look at my World Anvil,
I apologize. All my stuff closed, and I thought I opened all of this up, but this is now making me realize that I didn't. And I thought you'd think that I could remember more of these names offhand, and I can't.
That's a lot of names to remember offhand, to be fair.
True.
Get good.
You can't remember it either, Trinity.
Hey, I'm balancing the stream and trying to set up all these lights back onto the
Get
Wi-Fi.
good.
I am. Tell me anyone else that can do this.
Sorry, I'm signing into World Anvil. We're doing great today. Oh, what is passwords? All right, so for now, are you good now, Zephyr?
Speaking of today's sponsor.
Okay. I mostly just need to check in with everything.
So yeah, so
In the
your main
district.
scribe, who I don't know why this isn't logging in. I don't remember his name. We're gonna have to get his name.
I thought it was a hurt.
I feel like it was a her too.
I'm doing great today. I'm losing my mind. So she would come up to you, and again, this would be greeting to both of you guys, but mainly talking to you, Zephyr. She comes over and she says, "Well, I'm glad you're alive. We were starting to wonder if you all weren't going to make it. But I have good news that we wanted to share with you. So before I jump into what I had for you, I actually first wanted to ask, is there any questions you have about the domain? I feel we've been living up to the expectations you set rather well.
How's the church region going?
So currently we've been able to set up main worship locations for most of the major gods in all of Altira. I believe that we have 6 of the temples currently set up.
Nothing's on fire?
No, everything seems to be going quite well.
Everything's on fire in this city.
Not only that, but
A natural fire.
in accordance with your requests, not only have we been able to set some up here, but even in some of the surrounding villages, both to Riveron, we've actually been seeing a lot of traction, not terribly surprising due to our proximity, but Bahamut is actually, it's weird to say this when referring to a god, but we'll say he's one of the more popular options currently, at least in the areas surrounding Zoprakar. There are a few gods that I know you mentioned to set up a place for many to worship, but we did run into some issues. Omratin did put a stop to at least some of them. A new development since you've all been here. Omratin and His Majesty have placed bans on specific followings.
Bans?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said barons.
Well, there goes freedom of religion.
So specifically, those that would wish to follow Azoth or Asmodeus or even Tiamat, as largely in part to the relationships that have been set up with Boklaval, Ikladon, and the following city or the other cities. It kind of just a side effect of that is you can't really side with Boklaval without taking a firm stance against Tiamat and
Understandable.
her ilk. So yes, as far as the religious expansion and freedom, we've made strong headways. We are even able to make some connections in Boklaval, despite what was typically a very harsh, we'll call it one ruler or one god city. They've even allowed for some additional churches to be set up for at least gods that they would consider either allies or even in a little bit in the case of Riveron, what they would consider to be neutral to Bahamut. But yes, so that is the main, as far as the religious excursions, that is how that has been playing out. Any other questions? I simply have mostly trade.
Did the shipping to Calasmere take off?
It has not had as much traction as we would like, unfortunately. However, we are making some headway. We've actually recently brokered. It's hard to say a deal, but we've started a working relationship with Mrs. Brightmoon. Calasmere recently, sometime in the past 6 months, thereabout, while you guys were gone, they actually sent, you could even consider it a mini fleet.
Oh. Kilmia?
And yes.
I didn't know her last name was Brightmoon.
That is how I came to know her.
We found out about her through Saga, her friend, so she referred to her on a first-name basis.
Currently, her fleet owns is a little bit of a stretch when you're dealing with some of the sea folk, but they are the most competent force that I could see in the seas between us and Calasmere. So, assuming that we're able to provide the information she requested, she said that she would at least be willing to allow us to store some goods on her ships, and if trade can be started up as a result of that, she's open to it. She seems to take a little bit of a hands-off approach and seems to almost she pawns things off, is kind of the impression I got, when she doesn't want to deal with that specific thing. Friends in high places, I guess. But yes, so headway, but no strong footing as of yet. I haven't logged into mine yet. Also, you should have your own login. You don't use my login. Any other questions you have before I go over the specific trade agreements that we've been able to set up?
Church is fine. I mean, seems like you have everything pretty well handled. I appreciate your good work.
We've been doing our best. I've a few other members that I would like to introduce you to at some point, but that does not have to be immediate, as I'm sure your meeting with His Highness will be here shortly. But
You found any more information on the Zestaria clones?
we have discovered a little bit there as well. That actually plays into the trade agreements, the information I had for you. So if you would allow me, I will get into my report. So first off, for you, Zephyr, in the different relationships that you've asked us to set up, a little bit more of a trade within Zotrakar, in the absence of Mutalim and the nobles that were tied to him. We did face some opposition, but we've actually been able to, I'd say, it's fair to say we've been able to streamline a lot of the, mercantile trade here within Zotrakar. We've been able to set up a new trade agreement with Bok Laval that His Highness was so gracious as to, technically bestow you with the primary officiary over that agreement, but in your stead, I've been acting in your place. It is simply we are mediating all trade between Bok Laval and Zotrakar. Most exports from us are precious stones from the mine. Bok Laval, however, has medicinal, so there's medical flowers, grass. I'm sorry, I'm not much of an apothecary, but most of their exports, at least as of now, have been medicinal in nature. So that is the main new relationship. There is some trade between us and even Zinderhold, despite no favorable alliance being made as of yet. We have been able to establish, while this is not in your district, we've worked with some of the others as blacksmiths, and that is what Zinderhold seems most interested in. So that's mostly just a gold relationship. Those are the two main trade agreements, but you also mentioned even looking into some trade routes. We worked with Dalaran in your absence to even set up some trade routes that Dalaran and some guards that His Highness has graciously bestowed upon us have even started to patrol. And then lastly, along those the trade lines that we've been able to establish, mostly still to the southern part of Kalasmir, and we have not found any kind of footing in Stilmakar. We cut through the Dryson woods rather than venturing through the mountains. We've also been able to set up a pseudo information network. Dalaran has also been a part of this. He actually appraised me that you had some things you wanted us to look into as well, Razu, and we've started on that. But yes, I is it in game or
Yeah.
okay.
So speaking of the trade routes, I have a couple people that will be coming to the city soon.
Soon being relative.
Yes, soon maybe in the next month or two. There are some people coming from, I forget about what's
Gungilly.
Gungilly, yeah. A couple of representatives from Gungilly to set up some trade agreements. They have lots of more exotic hides and stuff that they'd probably be willing to open trade with. And then with And then also, I will be having a representative come by from Ravenshold. The man's name, do I have it?
You should have the name of the merchants as well, which it's named after him.
Leafblade?
Sorry, one more time.
Is that it? Leafblade?
Yes.
Okay.
No, sorry.
What's that one?
Thornscale.
Thornscale.
So Mr. Thornscale and the Thornscale merchants.
Where did I get Leafblade from? I don't know. Yeah, so we'll be having some people come from Ravenshold, from Thornscale's merchants, and they agreed to help set up some trade routes between Grungilly, Ravenshold, and the like. Seemed very interested in trying to have a win-win situation with us. So they almost didn't take my offer at first because they thought they were just getting the better end of the deal. So they seem well-intentioned.
That is a great development. The Thornscale merchants are one of the few that have amicable relations in Stilmakar. In fact, they are referenced as one of the main reasons that we're unnecessary to Stilmakar's trade, as they believe that they get almost everything they need from the Thornscale merchants. They also, I do hope you know what you're doing. I don't know how much you know about them, but they are, they work with everyone, I guess would be the way to say that. So, for example, from my understanding, they even have relationships set up within Kartafel, which is, of course, the stronghold of Tiamat. So...
That just means they're good merchants.
Yes. It just simply means we'll need to play our cards right. As if improper word were to make its way to Baklaval, I could see potential issues, but it is something that we could work around. I think that it is a favorable relationship, for sure.
And if Tiamat is a worry, I mean, it's better to try to convince them to our side than let talented people join the enemy.
They have a metallic in their employ.
From what I understand, it is more of a mascot.
And not anymore. Someone cured it.
Yes,
wasn't
I
aware
may
that it
have
had
been
to-
responsible for bringing back a bronze dragon.
It is now a dragon in full force.
That's probably going to change things a little bit. To my knowledge, some people even question whether or not it was truly a dragon. Perhaps.
Oh, it's a dragon.
Well, then yes. Again, I believe this would be a favorable relationship. So, I will do my best to broker that in a proper way. And if any issues arise, you'll be the first one that I send report to.
One other thing I want to ask about real quick, actually. So the storm to the south. Anything anyone's mentioned about that?
I assume Oberton would know more.
They're just
Well,
seeing if
part of it. I don't know if you've checked. She actually just kind of like walks with you outside at this point, and kind of just as you look up above Zoprakar. Again, you still got the cloud cover that is the volcanic region of Zoprakar, but even within that volcanic region, you'll even like periodically see light that like seems to streak through the sky. You're expecting the sound of lightning, but you don't hear the sound of thunder. But you don't hear anything, and you don't actually see the lightning. It's more like the clouds are just lit up periodically.
What color?
It's red.
Okay.
As she looks up, as she kind of takes you out, she looks up and she's like, part of that storm is actually here. However, we've only got whatever it is that's lighting the sky. It seems to spread from that storm. The storm is not here, but those lights and they're not frequent by any means. Like you're seeing one like every 5 to 15-minute intervals. So like not common at all, but enough that it's apparent that they're consistent. As far as if you wanted more information on the storm itself, Omritin is actually it's currently the number one thing he's dealing with, or that he seems the most concerned with. there is some worry about the events playing in Zinderhold, but he's leaving that to His Majesty, and he is primarily focused on that storm.
He is right to worry. I have my suspicions what's going on with it too. Just be wary of it.
Would you like us to use any?
It's
I
most
could look
likely
into it if you'd like me to.
It's most likely a hostile god. I'd be very cautious if you are to look into it.
If that is the case, I'd prefer not to, but if you would
just
like us to,
keep the people safe.
that I'd be happy to do. Sorry, I got a little bit off track. I would be happy to share with you the information I had. Did you have something else? Or?
Out of game.
Out of game, go ahead.
Can I make another religion check now that we're a lot closer on the storm?
I will let you do it, but it's going to be with disadvantage. You've already attempted this before.
It was just at extreme distance, so I was just trying to get from down closer. 2.
No idea.
If it wasn't disadvantage, it would have been 18.
What's your history? Passive?
Passive history 0.
0, so just 10.
I'm not a very intelligent person.
In regards to this storm, for you, this doesn't necessarily scream religious. It screams magical.
Well,
so what you were running into is your connection seemed to almost be kind of like severed. You couldn't communicate.
Because what I specifically asked before was the serpent's opinion on the storm, and it almost seemed to not hear my question, is what you said.
So that doesn't, to you, that wouldn't scream religious. That would scream magical, like interference. So,
but we already have suspicion that it's Talos based upon his.
Indeed. Effectively, so what I'm giving you is as you're looking at it, even with him mentioning that he thinks it might be a god, to you, this is just a very odd storm. So I would actually say the closest thing that you could connect it to, and you can still very much so play off the fact that you believe it's religious based. What you would be the most reminded of is actually the storm that can go across the sea.
The Face Storm?
Yes.
Okay.
That can, typically you can encounter
otherworldly beings.
Yes, just many different kinds of otherworldly beings. That storm, as you are seabound, you would actually know. So that storm is actually not unique to Calasmere at all. It is literally a single storm that circles.
Similar to like a high storm in Stormwind?
Much smaller.
Okay.
A very much so smaller scale. So we'd be talking, think like a normal size of a storm. So like
a hurricane that never ends.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a hurricane that perpetually moves. It's not like a giant wall, like anything like that. It's just a constant moving storm that's not even that egregious. It just seems to almost connect planes. But that is the closest thing that you can get to it.
I thought it was egregious.
It can be.
Okay.
I have access to the info.
Marvelous. But, sorry, to go back to her giving you your report. So in regards to the information that we have been able to find in regards to Zestaria, or at least the forms of Zestaria, it is almost as if she's being planted in positions of power. So contextually, I know that you are familiar with the events that transpired here in Zoprakar. I am not as familiar as I have come to understand that all of you are, but she had some sway within Ralpurgan. In a similar fashion, within the most impactful ones that we've seen as of now would be within the city of Lathander, the Wild Mother, even in Zoprakar, the city of Nightshar.
Are they real?
They are absolutely real. And not only that, they all seem to wholeheartedly believe that they are Zestaria.
Except for the one that goes by Alara.
There's, from what we can tell, that is more so a face. It is almost as if they're competing with each other, but the most
you can't tell if
information.
any magic is at work at all.
We believe that there is from the best that we've been able to tell, it is not like the spell polymorph that can simply change someone into him. It is almost as if, I assume you're familiar with changelings. It's almost as if a changeling could somehow become someone, rather than simply taking their form. And typically, if those with trained eyes can even see through changelings, they don't simply look like them, they become them. And for what it's worth, and this is information for all of you, we also have strong suspicion that Zestaria is not the only one. To the point that we have, I know that Omratin is currently has great interest in this, and well, he's actually been pulled in this particular investigation, as there is some suspicion that the Mutalim that we know may not actually be his brother. He's become slightly obsessed with the idea. He thinks he might still be in the mines. There's been search parties that he's been sending frequently to go try and discover where Mutalim was and what's happened, because they know something happened, and now there's reason to suspect that at least he believes, I would never say this to him, but I think he may be partly slightly grief-stricken by the events that happened to Mutalim following the events that you all are part of. I am not entirely sure. That it might be a little bit too conspiratorial for me, but it is something that Omratin has been looking into.
Did we ever try to dispel magic and curse on Mutalim?
I don't remember.
I don't think we did.
One other thing that I think is important for you to know specifically, it was suspiciously easy to gather information about these Zestarias.
Almost as if the information was being given.
Fed, almost. Which is also... my one other thing is, I would take slight grain of salt. Our relationships, our information network, even with Dalaran's help, is still new. I understand that you've been gone for a bit over a year, almost 2, but...
Year and a half.
Yes. In relations between cities, that is but a small amount of time to build trust. So, it is possible that there are some holes in our network as well. So do take things with a little bit of a grain of salt, but that was really all the main reports that I had to give to you. Is there any other questions you have on any of that?
No?
Is Mutalim still in the castle?
As far as I know, Omratin is the only one who's he's the only one who would know the full details of the former prince and what has become of him. I know that His Majesty the King has not interacted with Mutalim since the day that he disinherited him. It is almost as if he is intentionally avoiding him, despite some pleas from Mutalim's brothers, Dalaran included. But Omratin, from what I know, is the most consistently visits Mutalim. I have one other thing that I believe this is going to be more so your cup is... All right, well, for the last piece of good news, yeah, that just died. It's just completely killed. I don't even know if it's still active.
We just lost all the cameras.
They're back. Oh. That was weird. At this point, she comes over to you, Zephyr, and she kind of like flips through the ledgers that she has, and she flips it to you, and she effectively she starts to quickly go over with you what is her version of QuickBooks, as she's going through the financial aspects of what she's been able to accomplish in your absence.
This is very well organized.
Meticulous, even, like to the point that you're actually pretty sure that she's better than you would have been.
I mean, that's fine.
And that is to say, I know that your character is like extremely intelligent. Like you would quickly notice that you found someone very good because you rolled extremely high. But as she goes over the QuickBooks with you, the main pieces of information that you get is currently, you're actually in the negative. You are not actually profitable in trade right now due to the steps that she has taken to set these relationships up. However, she has effectively forecast that within another year and a half, so 3 years from the beginning of when you assigned it, within another year and a half, she should be able to equalize. And this is also just pulled out of the funds that were given to you to actually man the estates. This isn't
Let's
actually
just
from
pull
your
out
pocket
Elon
as
Musk
of
and
yet.
fire half the people.
But currently it's negative. Within the next year and a half, she believes she can neutralize it, and within every year after that, she expects continued growth. But effectively the money that you would start to be able to see in terms of taxes is technically be split between you guys would be a yearly of allowance of 1,000 platinum, starting in the 4th year, which would be a year and a half from now.
We need to do a time skip.
How much
I need
is
some money.
she in the negative, out of curiosity?
So currently she is. One second, swap over. She's currently 7,000, effectively 7,300 plat in the hole. So 73,000 gold. It's technically 7,768 as per random rolls. For the sake of ease, we're going to call it 7,200 plat.
I don't know if you can use this.
But I'm going to pull out 10 gems that are 5,000 platinum total.
So 2 things. One, you get eyes from a lot of guards who just immediately look over at it. And you get a couple of them that you can tell work the mines and look at the gems, and then kind of back to the mine and then back to the gems. And she's immediately I mean, we could, but are these not? She gestures just effectively to the wall, but she'd be gesturing to the mine. She'd be like, are these not what would be considered property of the crown?
I got them myself. Outside of Zapaka.
Well, you can see that she's very clearly kind of flustered at the amount of money that you effectively just pulled out in gems. She is.
If you can't use it.
Oh no, I can. It's it'll take a little bit. We'll likely we'll need to work with jewelers. Thankfully, that would actually be within our own domain. I'm
just saying, if we can make more than this in the long term, it's just intelligent.
I'm. If you're willing to part to that, then yes, I believe that I could likely within the next. She kind of handed it all to her, and she's just like.
Well, I assume it's in a pouch because that's how I got it.
Yeah, even with that, she kind of almost worried that she's gonna drop it. Kind of puts it on the ledger and then picks the ledger up to kind of hide it. And she goes, I'll have to redo my calculations, but I'm confident that maybe by the end of this year, 4 months by the way, I might be able to bring us to ground zero by the end of this year and start to move into profitable status sooner.
Making
I
certain.
could also at this point she just starts to murmur to herself of ideas that she thinks that she might be able to do with now the amount of capital that has just been given to her, and she literally just starts to almost go into her own place and start to murmur,
Making certain you're not regretting joining with me.
Never. Before you get too involved there, just let you know we are going to be in a rush to leave the city again.
She kind of stops. She goes, so soon?
Yes,
We were here just to double check, make sure nothing was burning.
there's
I wanted to talk to Glider, but he's not here.
We have to deal with that storm.
Oh, and
And then-
I know you're going to speak with him now, but definitely connect and ask Omratin about it. Again,
Yes.
he's been very interested in it.
Yeah, we'll be speaking with Omerton. Then we'll probably be I'll be heading down to Hethelburn. I'll see if the rest of my party will accompany me. And then ideally we have some business over in Zinderhold after that.
I wish you luck with that. I don't know.
Are you actually coming?
technically the only two have to come on me and Ross.
I've been called to go to Zinderhold, so I will most definitely be coming.
Well, I'm sure you know that currently there's. I think it's a little bit foolish myself, but currently it's being referred to as the Grand Summoning. This is the largest call out that Zinderhold has sent. And not only has this call out been sent to many of those with both power in a physical as well as a reach sense, but in addition to that, this is the first time Bane, or not Bane, sorry, Kogal has personally called some. It's the only reason His Majesty actually elected to heed the call. It was more a demand, I guess you could say.
I thought all the important people were going south off continent, and then all the remaining powerful people were going to Zinderhold.
So they are all off continent.
But she just said that the king was going to Zinderhold,
No,
which
he
is
said he received a call from Kogal. Didn't actually say he was going to Zinderhold.
Okay.
It sounds like there's something big happening there. We need to check it out.
Yes, I don't know the events of Zinderhold, but it is something big. To be fair, from what it seems you've done in the last few years, if anyone would be equipped to do so, it'd likely be you. I'm sad I can't show you more of the processes. Again, she kind of looks down at her ledger, and you again get an idea of how meticulously she's set up the way that she works and the way that her network works. You get the idea that she also might be probably a little bit helicoptery in the way that she runs everything, but to a point that she makes it run real smooth.
What does helicopter mean?
Very
Micromanaging.
in control, micromanaging, do this, telling everyone exactly what to do.
Oh, so I got you. I understand.
Yeah, you're following in a helicopter, not letting them do anything themselves.
It's like a helicopter parent
I've never heard of that.
that's always hovering over their child.
Yeah, so it doesn't let them do this stuff. Real quick, as you said you're in here, Gurgle, Paul, what does Gurgle want to check out while he's here in the city?
I was going to give a recommendation because he brought the Grung friend. He could basically just be helping that guy out.
So that guy is actually working toward... That's not a bad idea. So funnily enough, this is actually probably something. So I will say that so your district would be the best for schooling. That was another thing. Kind of goes hand in hand with setting up churches.
Churches
Usually
and
schooling, orphanages, those typically sprout up almost in... I was going to say in conjoined with, but conjoined with them, typically they sprout up. But
Give my city 20 years.
So
and have
along
that
those
population
lines,
grow with
your city?
education.
I'm not gonna back and forth
gonna be
playing
my
as
city.
Gurgle, but I will say that Gurgle does kind of chime in with you and your main scribe to effectively have him schooled, and at it being a request from your group, she's just gonna make it happen, and they're going to teach. They will teach him how to money is really the baseline
Economics.
of what the main thing you can learn, both how to money, and then it would be architecture, agriculture, those kind of things, the concepts that Gurgle wanted to be brought back to Gongili. For him, she's you're probably looking at a 5-year stretch to really be able to understand this, to which Grung seems ecstatic. He's effectively responds, I've had nothing to do for the past 3 years. That sounds amazing. Purpose for the next 5 years.
Now he's getting a formal education.
But yes, he would be enthralled by it. So for the sake of this, as Paul's listening, I'm going to just quickly say what he would be checking on in regards to Ralpurgin and give you guys an update in that regard, as I assume that Gurgle would talk to you guys about it, and if not, sorry, you didn't respond to me in chat.
Right.
So you guys would be able to help
Visiting
set
the
up...
fire temple to see if he can pray to Magnamemnar.
You can do that in a solo thing later.
Yeah, well, we'll have to do that,
But he's doing it.
because that could actually be a thing, and I know
That's important.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that with you not here.
Anything else
but
you
in
wanna
regards
do?
to checking on Ralpurgin, Gale has risen to a point almost equivocal to Serval in a different kind of way. In the way that Gurgle tried to set it up, of almost more so close-knit, no one traders Ralpurgin, and if you do, the consequences are extreme. Gale has taken it to a little bit, almost more of an extreme. He functions in a similar way to Serval, of promises must be kept, but he from the reports that Gurgle would be able to gather, as well as the overall atmosphere of Ralpurgin and topside in Zotbrakar as well, there seems to be a lot less greed from Gale actually being able to come on top, getting power so that he can utilize it, and more so in a very... It's almost more of like he set up a guild of thieves is almost more how it is run by Gale. In addition to that, Gale has also set up a network of sorts. The network that Gale has set up is actually specific to the underground, though.
Which is kind of what you're explaining now.
Yeah, he would be using that network basically.
Okay, so I would also see what is up with the information network that they set up. See why they consider so many parties. Okay, so in that regard, part of that you guys are going to talk to Gale for. You get a little bit of it, and that is what Gale's information network is. Gale, upon seeing the information network that is actually being set up via your guys' request, decided that most topside information network that you'd be able to do, like you'd be able to get a little bit from the shadows, and there is still a part of that he intends to work on. He's instead worked more so towards getting on or getting into groups of the underground. So this would be Ralpurgin is your easiest example for you guys currently, but he's actually venturing into the Underdark. The main group that he has actually made contact with that was a bit surprising to him is he's actually made contact with a group of... It's almost a warring group, would be the easiest way to say this, between the Duragar and some Drow that live in the Underdark. He's been able to meet up with both of them and set up kind of information networks, and currently he's playing a little bit of both sides, gathering information, and
so the Underdark
specifically...
actually exists?
Yeah. There, it is not like there isn't quick geography thing for you. The Underdark in Altira isn't just, okay, you have land, there's a whole Underdark underneath it. There's subsections of
Okay,
different...
so certain parts of the continent have an Underdark. But
Yeah,
it's not...
I wouldn't even call it the Underdark. It's more of like...
underground caves.
Yeah, it's like huge, like larger cave systems. It's as if you had a almost like national park, but that's like the whole area where there's just sections where there's
So, like, the
large
size of the
underground
Grand Canyon.
areas. Yes.
Okay.
And that's just spread throughout it. That would be considered the Underdark, but the Underdark is not connected. So like if you were to go through Ralpurgin, you could not go to what would be the Underdark near Cantafar, for example. So there is an Underdark, but they're not all connected. But with that, he has been able to determine something that he found a little bit interesting. He has been able to establish relationship with Stilmakar, as Stilmakar backs the Drow in this fight with the Duragar. The Duragar are standing their own ground despite numerous, from what he can tell, numerous separate backers to the Drow, and they still have not been able to topple the Duragar. He has not been able to determine whether or not the Duragar have any backers themselves, or if they have something themselves that are just allowing them to hold out in the Underdark. He has slight suspicion that they have a connection to Bane, though. Specifically, effectively the Colosseum. That they might be pulling warriors from it. Effectively, would be his best guess.
I just want to double check because you said Cantafar, which is the name of the world.
Yes, I apologize.
Okay, okay. Tiltafar or Kartafel or any of the
Kartafel is what I meant to say, but why did I make so many names close to each other? It was an oversight.
I was just making sure.
No, Kartafel is the name of Tiamat's
It's
city.
the northernmost city.
Cantafar is the name of the world, but yes, those that's the main information network that he's been able to establish. That would be unique to him. That isn't already something you guys have pseudo access to. In regards to don't know. Gurgle would be the only one to go down there. Okay, so no, I will just give you the bit more information that Gale is able to give you. Curse you for being absent, Phil. In regards to the summoning that seems to be happening for Zinderhold, Gale is his current suspicion, because most of the what would be almost considered heroes are being summoned to Zinderhold, but leadership is actually being summoned to a
neutral
it's
island.
technically an island, but it's more so continent size. It's like a size of Australia, just to the south of Altira. There's a stretch of islands that it was recently discovered. This is something that he learned. It was recently discovered that despite previous knowledge, the Dualnar are in fact still alive. They've simply been living on entirely on cities, effectively water cities.
Derek's ecstatic.
He may already know. But rather than continuing to be entirely seafaring, they have seemingly merged their cities together and created what is now being kind of, they're trying to decide, is it going to be a continent, is it an island? But it is not something that existed before. Instead, the Dualnar have actually utilized, in this case, they actually mainly utilize dragon turtles.
Is Derek like their main architect that's been like combining all the cities together?
That would be so awesome.
They've been, from what he can tell, they've been using dragon turtles to effectively steal islands and just compile them into
We're pulling a Maui.
Yeah.
And been compiling them into what is now being debated on whether or not it's a continent. And that is what he's actually been able to determine is the cover reason for why leadership is being called. And there is leadership being called from more than just Altira. They're pulling leadership from Arguin as well as leadership from Kalismir to discuss the validity of this island chain, this continent, whatever it's going to be, and
Is that
to
the
discuss.
real reason or the cover reason?
Sorry, one more time.
Is that the real reason they're being called or the cover reason?
That is the reason given.
Okay.
If there is an underlying reason, he doesn't know what it is yet. Gale thinks it's a cover reason. And then the one other thing that they are going to be discussing is the large continent to the northeast that it's been known of, but widely unexplored. Many of the different...
Is that the one that used to be called Arguin?
Arguin...
Or is Arguin the continent we're currently on?
No, you guys are on Altira, so Arguin...
You just renamed Arguin.
Yeah, it starts with an L, but I'm so ingrained...
Lantifar or something
No,
like that?
we're going to call it Arguin for now until I'm doing great with names today. Arguin, Kalismir, and Altira are all sending leadership to this island chain to see if they want to recognize it. But then
Oh,
the
so
other
there's a
order of
fourth
business,
continent.
there's a fourth continent that is unexplored and seemingly extremely dangerous. They're trying to decide what they want to do with that. It's also extremely large, apparently. It has not been mapped out at all, and they've already determined that it's bigger than northern Kalismir. But in regards to why all the strong are being called to Zinderhold, he has no idea. His best guess is that they are calling for... they're going to do a reseeding, which is effectively just they're going to hold tournaments to just reseat everyone.
To see where your actual seat is.
Because of the way that the seats are challenged, it can sometimes get construed. So it has happened before once, but it happened during the war, wars. It happened during the Wars of Ascension. So he's not entirely sure that's what it is, but that's his best guess on why the strong are being called to Zinderhold. With that, as that was actually meant to be a whole thing of interacting with Gale, that's what he's able to figure out from Gale. Is there anything else you guys would want to figure out, or at this point do you want to go meet with Omerton?
Were we challenged or were we summoned? Because those are two different things.
You were summoned.
Okay.
Okay.
So you were summoned as the 13th.
Firstly-
seat.
challenge.
That's why.
Yeah,
I was
but
a- that's
he's
why I was
part
in-
of the group, and so is Dalaran.
Yeah. I'm asking Hiram, was he challenged or summoned?
Not
So you're it kind of both. The reason that you're kind of remembering a challenge is it said your seat was challenged. They did not say someone challenged you.
I didn't know there was a difference in the wording, but fair enough.
Well,
That is, there might
how
be,
we're
there
gonna
might
learn.
not be. That is simply what was told to you. Is
Okay.
your seat has been
So,
challenged.
firstly, you said something about like the Crimson Covenant, like somebody came up to talk to me, I think. And
Yes.
I was looking for the name. Then, secondly, I was going to say to the person, well, I'd probably say this to the Crimson Covenant, so I'll just like say this to Dallin later. So,
Okay,
continue with your interaction.
Effectively, the guard that was going to approach to you is not a part of the Crimson Covenant. He was going to give you an update. In regards to effectively his report, just because we've been going this for a little bit, his update for you is that they've word of 2 additional blood hunters that have come up. One of which they think you might be able to recruit. The individual that's come up that he thinks you might be able to recruit is a dragonborn that seems he is a wanderer, but most recently he was spotted in Stilmakar. They don't know exactly where he is, but that's just the last note. He seems, I don't know like favorable to your cause. I don't know what word I'm going for, but the second one is within Mistra's Tower. It is a mage that seems to have taken on Blood Hunter attributes, but seems to be we'll say testing with them to see what magical means can be brought out from utilizing effectively what is being dubbed as blood magic. So that's the report you were going to get, is they have a dragonborn that is, again, last seen in Stilmakar. That seems sympathetic to your cause. That's the word I was going for. He thinks the power, from what they can tell, thinks the power is unfit for the world. And then the second, again, is someone who seems to be experimenting with, again, it would be blood magic is how they would refer to it.
Has anyone heard from Squawk since the attack on the prince?
No one's heard from Squawk really, since you left.
Is there any public or hidden record on my mother Sleka and my sister Harume? And apparently, I have a brother.
In regards to any kind of sibling that you would have, I don't believe there's any kind of records held. If you have a sibling, that'd be unknown to most, I guess I was going to say historians, but in regards to your mother, she's still near the coast. That much was apparent.
I thought you said they were gone.
Say again, sorry.
I thought you said they were gone. Like when the moment in time, like during the whole Zarpakar arc, when I was actually going to go to the dock, interact with my family, maybe figure out my brother, you said they were gone without a trace.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean they're still in the dock?
Did I mean, as far as we know, they are still near the coastal, near the dock.
Have they been seen?
A few times. We don't know much other than they're simply, per your request, they've been put under protection.
Then why? Last time I was going to see them, were they gone? I thought they were missing.
I don't understand. You visited them. You were the one who sent the reports.
Something's up here beyond high alert.
All right, we'll send some. I'll check on it for you. I'll make sure they're still there.
I'll check myself.
Good luck then. Do you wish for us to send someone with you, or?
I'll be fine. I set up the meeting. After the meeting, have my wyvern set up on the porch.
So keep in mind again,
Porch thing, right?
going to
Isn't
the
there, like, a
coast
porch
is
by
like
the throne room?
there's. It's not a porch. be more of like a landing.
Yeah.
Just do keep in mind again, you're looking at like a day's travel. to
On
actually go there.
Wyvern?
Yeah.
It's a week on foot.
You also, unless you choose to go through hostile wyvern territory, because all wyverns were not eliminated, it was a nest that you guys took out, which was the nest closest. But you'd want to avoid them as to not have any potential hurdles. So if you decide to do that, you're looking at like a minimum of a 2-day thing, and that's if you went there. Okay, they're here. Okay, back, bounce. I'm just giving you time. Just with that, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but with that, I wouldn't want to just add a character. Assuming our characters would be in a rush, I'm assuming some characters might have a problem with that.
So you guys still have like close to a full 2 months that you actually need to be at Zinderhold.
Yeah, but I'm saying like he's worried about the storm thing in his god. He might not want to go on a 2-day excursion.
Not yet, anyways.
Ask him.
Zephyr,
No.
send somebody.
We
can
can
go-
send a report. As far as the last we knew, just to ease your heart, they are fine.
And
Your sister and your mother are definitely still present.
Tell Argal.
Perfect candidate in the Blood Hunter, or Crimson Covenant.
Tell Argal to investigate it, interrogate them. Ask him what I said to them. Word for word. They'll
mean-
remember what I said.
I assume you're loosely using interrogate, yes? Or do you actually wish for him to interrogate your mother and sister?
Loosely.
All right.
Ask them if they can remember what I said. They should be able to recall it perfectly.
I'll send word.
Razu, by the way, if you want to go and check on them yourself, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to come. I mean, I do appreciate your help, but
This, seeming that they're safe, is less pertinent. If gods are at battle, my current responsibilities, it is more pertinent to the kingdom that I just know that they're safe. And now I know where they are. Thank you.
And then I would just presume with the proceedings to the Armerton.
Tiku, did you want to say something?
Tico's a little bit confused with what's happening this whole time, to be totally honest.
It's mostly politics. Just nod and wave.
Tico or Stilmacar? Tico was in Stilmacar. And also information. Why do we need information? What information do we need?
Information on the storm, for one.
Your scribe is still there, by the way, just in case you want to talk to her. She is just, again, muttering to herself on plans of what she could potentially do.
Before we go meet up with Olmerton,
Tico has a friend that's an information
could
guy.
you call for Zythras to come meet me? I have some things I'd like to discuss with him.
Tico is being ignored
She
again.
kind of stops. She's like, I'd be happy to call for him. He's a few hours away. He's currently in
I assume this talk's going to take a bit.
I'll send word for him.
And if possible, there's a golem of extreme potent power. Track it down for me.
Therix
Please put it in order.
Golem.
Actually, question: what time is it? In the game.
In game, at this point, it'd be about 2 in the afternoon, as you guys spent the majority of the vast
For-
majority of your morning in
let's-
Ravenshold.
Let's have. Where do we want to set up for the night?
Dragon's Tooth?
I
I've
mean,
been to
we
Dragon's
have
Tooth.
ro- we
She
have
actually
normal
chimed
What
in.
do we-
She says, you have
Yeah.
a manor.
But like, where do we want to like go for dinner? We can invite Zythras and
Again, I could.
Dragon's Tooth burned down.
I understand that I may have made it seem like we
It
were
was rebuilt
in
as the
desperate
Crimson
need of
Covenant, I'm
funds,
pretty
but
sure.
did you have a
oh
full...
no. I was more saying I was more asking the group. We're like, where do we want to go tonight for food?
Dragon's Tooth burned down.
What
so-
is your best restaurant
Any new
chef?
restaurants?
Well, I would...
We have Waterloo Inn.
Okay.
That's all
I'm
I
back.
know.
I mean, we've been gone for what, 3 years?
Lost my voice for a second.
Have
and a
you
half?
visited your manor?
I don't believe so.
You have
You were here for 3 years and never once set foot inside.
It was
So-
under construction last I knew.
Tico seen it. I think.
um.
I was looking for you guys.
You
for a
you
while.
have private chefs. Pretty
We'll
much anything you
have
could ask
dinner
for.
just at the manor. It's not
Well-
that big of a deal.
Well, we'll go to my abode apparently.
I can send word ahead.
Used
I
to
can
be
have
an
a fine
illness?
meal prepared for you.
I was always sleeping at the church.
He's a
Does he
very
have the
busy
best
man.
chefs in Zoberkar?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Does he have the best chefs in Zoberkar?
Some would argue. Well, I would say His Majesty has the best, but second to that, I would say yes.
I need to meet this Majesty.
That's why we're going tonight.
It's a title, not
Majesty
a
is
person.
king. Highness is prince.
We're going to meet this Majesty man. I need to meet his chefs.
His Majesty is in the air.
But
He's
he's
in
up.
a
Are they
sky.
currently serving Umritan?
He's not here, is what he said, not in the air.
Oh.
All those that serve His Majesty.
I
would
also
serve,
heard air.
But in answering your question, Tiku, information is the second most powerful thing a person could have. That's why we want information.
Is the first thing power?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, is there anything else you guys want to do, or so at this point the
Wait,
card is
no,
ready
wait,
to take
wait.
you to Almerton.
Tiku has a friend that has information. What information? I ask him.
We're inviting Zythras to the manor for dinner. I'll talk to him when we get to that part.
Okay. Zythra is his church guy.
Well,
Is-
no,
Snug.
he's the gravekeeper.
Has anyone heard of Snug?
Oh, wait, yes, no, apologies. I was mixing up those two names in my head.
You're
He's
just
your guy
on-
who is he's your scholar that is super interested. He was also in my defense, he's a religious man.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason that he's so interested in the gravekeeper. But
You were on point with names today, by the way.
hey, dude, this is a fucking. This is what it is.
Who is Snug?
Hey, someone listen to Tiku.
Smack.
Snug.
Snug.
Who's Snug?
Who's
What would we have
Snug is
purpose
friend.
in
With
talking
family.
to Snug?
What is a snug?
He's information. He gets information. He's a good man.
But what? Where?
Is Snug the other kobold that we met?
He
No,
goes.
that was Jan.
Last time I talked to him, like, what was that? Like, how many years that we were in there? I don't even know. He was, he goes from, like, he hangs out in Stilmakar. That's why I saw him the most. But, like,
We are not
Stilmakar and
in
Yaldabar and.
Stilmakar.
What?
We're not in Stilmakar.
No, I know. He also comes to Zalpakar, though.
Is he here now?
I don't know.
Where does he hang out when he's in Subacar?
I don't know.
So how do you expect to find him?
Could you leave word and ask for this
Smug.
smug?
Snug.
Snug.
Was
He always comes
what's
to
snug
my
look
cook.
like?
A kobold?
Like, well, he's a little bit taller than me, and like a little more browny, but basically me.
Okay, any kobolds that are a cook?
She
No,
actually does,
he's
she doesn't
not
look
cook.
at you. She's just kind of like looking at Tiku.
Take off the arm. Like, let me help you. Like, I'll put the shield down, and he starts stripping. And he usually wears like a hat with like a feather on it.
Like looks at you and she goes, I see now why they chose to give you Mutilim's area. We'll look for this snug kobold.
He always
Kobolds
comes
are
to-
rare here in Zoprakar, so
I figured if there's another one around, it'd
He's
be
got to
fairly
have been
obvious.
around. Someone knows him. He comes here.
I will look into it for you.
In the weeds.
Not the weeds. He's information. What do we want to know?
I also talked to Gurgle. Like, Gurgle, can you ask around in your circles too? I'm suspicious that this snug is probably hanging out down there.
Oh, I know a guy, my other brother friend. My other kobold family. I don't know what to call him. You guys have lots of names for this like
Just-
clan,
just-
but
Just call him whatever you're comfortable with, Tiku.
He also owned a restaurant. He was trying. I would work for him for a bit. He's trying to compete with me, I think. I'm still better though.
But he's got a restaurant.
You're just a traveling
I'm still
cook.
better. Nope, still better.
Tiku.
Objectively, when I cook and he cooks, still better.
Hey, Tiku.
What?
I had a brilliant thought. Actually, can I ask one more thing?
You're a little
Ti-
zappy.
Tiku, how would you feel about opening your own restaurant in one of my areas in the district?
Do you want your own restaurant in Zapraka?
Tico doesn't know how to run a restaurant. Tico just cook.
But
You
uh,
wouldn't
Just
be
make a
running it.
recipe book and
Just-
you give it to
just-
the employees.
What?
you just teach them how to cook. I'll set up the details.
You would have to trade your cooking secrets, though.
Tico doesn't have secrets. I don't think.
Then-
Tico just like I don't even
Tiku,
know if I have
think-
recipes. I
think-
just
Tiku, think
get
about
an
this.
ingredient and go.
Tiku, think about this.
What?
If we set you up your own restaurant, whenever you come here, you have a full kitchen stocked full of materials to cook with.
Can you get monsters?
Yes.
What about spices?
Yes. Most
What
definitely.
about bark?
Yes. We can get everything.
Anything you need, we could acquire.
Whatever you want in the restaurant to be potentially served, we can get. She's very talented, and I think it'd be actually fairly lucrative to add a extra
Funding.
pool for
Can you get
some
me
of the
live things?
some of the nobility to have some more exotic.
Packer
foods.
says closest to live is best.
We can get a thresh, I'm sure. Especially
Living.
any seafood,
And then
because we're fairly close to
and
the
then
ocean.
eat it.
I'll look into having
If there's any vacant places where a restaurant might be best,
the easiest would be to take one of the inns within
Okay.
within your territory, and
Convert it.
yes, and convert it from a
Is there
residence.
any caves?
to-
we don't want to.
There are many caves. We live in.
We don't
she
want.
kind of just like points to the mountain range that like loops.
And the
Right,
cave's
off the
next
bar.
to lava, like where you could use the lava to cook.
She like points to one of the mountains that has lava
Oh,
just
I need to
pouring
go
off
into
of
that
it. Is
cave.
again the mountain range around Zoprakar. I guess you weren't here in Zoprakar. Zoprakar is surrounded by quite literally active volcanoes to the point that like so.
There is
Think-
lava rivers
Yes,
flowing
so
through the
think
city.
like
They have,
river
like-
cities
they have,
where
like,
you
a
have
milling
like
system.
pallets where you
Yeah.
deliver stuff. They use lava for that, and they have effectively lava rafts that are constantly going throughout the city that are used as a delivery system.
It
The
is
lava
good
rivers
ventilation.
go from Zoprakar all the way to the coast.
And the cave with lava that has good ventilation.
I don't think we'll be able to put a building
I'm sure she can
in a
figure it
cave.
out.
If you wish to have a cave, it wouldn't be within Zoprakar, as the mountain actually aren't here. However, if you simply wish to cook with lava, that's well, I don't mean to be rude, but it's not a new concept. It's already done.
I
Oh
would
no, you don't cook with the lava. The lava just for like sometimes you smoke a little bit with it, but it gives it a really like sulfury eggy flavor. It's not always the best. There's some good ones with eggs. Oh, I have an egg actually. Oh wait a minute. I'm making dinner. And to Google's there cooking.
I'd take her to the manor, I guess, and
I guess
So
we'll
you're
meet you
not
there tonight.
planning to accompany them to meet with Omerton then?
do you go with her to the manor to start cooking?
Do you want to talk with the boss, or do you want to go cook?
Oh, the Majesty?
Yeah.
Oh, I need
No.
to talk to his cooks first.
His
That's
cooks
more
aren't
important.
here.
We're not going to talk to his cooks.
I mean, she doesn't
You
have
go-
to
go
be
talk
part
to
of
my
the
cooks.
political part.
Why can't I talk to
She
the
could just
Majesty's
branch
cooks?
off.
They are gone. The
Oh.
Majesty is gone
No.
along with his cooks.
I mean,
No, his cooks would
yeah,
still
the
be
cooks
here.
would still be here.
He wouldn't bring his cooks? Fair enough. I'd assume you would
He
bring like
maybe
your
would
whole
bring
retinue.
a cook, but maybe not. Or a cook with staff, but probably not all the palace cooks.
Well, make up your mind.
So,
Tiku.
so is Tiku, are you going with them to meet with Homerton, or are you going...
we're going to meet up.
do you
Into
want to go
the-
start cooking?
I will meet the Majesty man.
I guess that answers that. She's following us to Almerton.
Okay.
Just because I don't think you heard this other... Just quick clarification, by the way. If I ever say His Majesty, King, Highness Prince.
Oh yeah, no, Tiku doesn't know that.
No,
though.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Okay.
That is for as I'm referencing things. That's
Okay.
how I'm. That's how I differentiate between the two.
By the way, Tico, be careful not to interrupt him. Treat him like you would a dragon.
Do not attempt to feed him.
Are you sure? Offerings is very important.
Maybe a dragon was the best comparisons ever.
Yeah, but I don't want her.
So you sneak in, you put the
Interrupting.
food down, and you leave quietly, hiding.
Just don't interact with him
Don't interrupt him.
unless he gives you permission.
That's not the right wording either.
Otherwise, he may eat you.
Tiku no longer wants to go.
Hold on, Tiku, maybe we can figure out some kind of offering. Hold on.
Pocket bacon.
What did they-
Okay,
Alright.
so
What
as
did-
Tiku's working to figure out an offering, at this point you guys meet up with the guard who takes you not to the throne room, which is where you were expecting to meet with Omerton, but instead to the library. I believe both of you have actually been in the library before. But entering into the library, it has mostly been, I was going to say hollowed out, but that makes it sound like the books are gone. There's no one really in the library apart from as soon as the guard gets to the door and he like opens up into the library, which is, again, as the way this is set up, it'd be its own individual building. This would be equivocally about 6 stories in the air. But as he opens up the library, there's one guard stationed on the inside who, as soon as the door opens, kind of like almost like gets. It's very clear that he was sleeping. Kind of looks over and he says, "Oh, we were expecting you." And he gestures into the room and looking into the library itself. The shelves are a little bit more bare than you would expect normally,
So they have been cleared out.
but that is just because the books are everywhere. There are books that are just laid open on the floor. It is still actually quite tidy in the way that it's done, though. There's like stacks of books on the floor that has like an open book on it. There's a book in the front. So there's one open on top. There's one in front of it. There's one on the side of it. There's another stack of books over here. There's a stack of books that are seemingly not opened, but just stacked. And this is like the majority of the shelves are still very much so filled. But there's a good like 200 to 300 books that are just scattered all throughout. There are tables that have books
Looks like
scattered.
you're hard at work in here.
And you see Omerton, whose hair is actually a bit frizzled. He is still wearing almost a small, almost it almost looks
Band?
yes, a small band representing the royal nature of him. But apart from that, he is wearing what is almost tattered robes. It looks like he hasn't bathed in a while. And he almost looks a little bit crazed as his eyes are bloodshot. And as you guys walk in, he currently reading a book, and you say you're hard at work. He's like, and he shuts the book, and as soon as he shuts the book, he goes, oh no. And he kind of like looks and quickly flips through it to figure out where he was, and then sets that book on top of another book that's currently opened in front of him. And he's sorry, yes, I've been looking into a few things myself.
You look
it's
great.
I feel great. It's good to see you all. I did worry a little bit when you were gone for a little bit longer than anticipated, but I'm glad to see you're all doing well. I'm sorry. I don't believe I've met this young dragon.
This is our companion, Tiku. She was with us during the whole Dryson Woods debacle.
Tiku is bowed all the way down. She's been this whole time, and she has a giant piece of raw meat next to her that's spiced, and on the a big plate with like a sauce drizzled.
He seems like spaced out, and he looks at it and looks at you, and he goes, her eccentricity matches that of what I've come to expect from you.
To have her have political conduct, we told her to treat you like a dragon.
That is something. I am not a dragon. You need not bow to me. Not in here. While I appreciate it, my father stands more on ceremony than I do, especially with those who I would consider friends. Mostly, it does seem you have a convict, as far as I know, with you now, too.
Yes, he's been set under
I'm
Razu's
right here.
charge.
Yes,
He was fairly useful.
I want to say those murders were in self-defense.
I'm sure. That is business that I will be leaving to Razu. I trust in his judgment.
Terrence, accepting your sins is the first step.
I did. The murders are in self-defense. I accept that.
What's up?
On the way here, just out of curiosity, would I have spotted Mutilum at all?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
I just didn't know where we were moving throughout.
So, Mutilum was thrown in prison when you guys previously
He was put
left.
under house arrest under Omerton's cleaning staff.
In the house that's now his. So you are correct that he was put under house arrest initially. Prison is the improper way to say it, but he would not be in his own district. He would be effectively
he was
a
in
prisoner.
Omerton's district.
He'd be a prisoner of Omerton's district, though. He
But
effectively
we
would
have
be demoted.
Mutilum's district.
Yes.
You just said he was in our district, but he's in Omerton's.
So to clarify what I was meaning by that, you wouldn't just see Mutalim just traversing throughout the district, as he would still very much so be told when and where he could be places. He'd be like a servant that's effectively assigned to Omerton entirely.
That's what I was saying. Like just throughout when we were moving through the castle, we have seen him working.
So the castle, is a.
I just don't know where Omerton's stuff is in comparison to the castle.
More so, I think the layout of the castle is a little bit confused. So, as a quick layout of the castle, this is good for stream anyways. The castle is multiple separate large rooms. So think like every normal room of a castle is its own structure that is built into the side of this mountain that goes up it. And that's how there's the multiple different rooms to the palace that go up it. But the rooms themselves, you don't have to go from room to room to go through the castle. There's bridges that connect them and go around them, even on the outside of them. Almost like they have, it's not porches, but there's bridges on the outside of them. So you could literally go to whatever room you want without ever entering a single room of the castle. So you'd be going up pulleys and across bridges to get to different rooms of the castle.
So we never entered the castle until we got to the library.
Technically, yes. You never went inside one of the buildings.
We're
of
in a courtyard.
the Zoprakar's castle could almost be more so depicted as a small village built into the side of a mountain.
Okay.
Would almost be a better way to imagine it. It's just referred to as the castle, as all of the different buildings are the rooms of the castle.
Gotcha.
Think Eastern castles.
Kinda, yeah.
They're like estates, typically.
A little bit more separated. Think more of like the house in Hawaii, where each room is literally just separated, connected by, instead of decks, bridges. And it's, instead of being built flat, it's built up a mountain. But yeah, that is why you would not see them, because you just see guards patrolling the different bridges. And anytime you come to a room of importance, there'd be guards stationed outside. Apart from that, just miscellaneous patrols would be the only people you really come
So
across.
it'd be almost impossible to just stumble upon Mutilum.
Yes, it would be almost impossible to stumble across anyone that isn't a guard.
Okay.
The chances are you would just have to be two people going to separate rooms and just encounter each other on a bridge. So encountering people while proceeding through the Castle of Zoprakar would be very hard. It also makes it very targeted to find someone, which actually is done by design. So with that, back to the situation at hand. As he seems again kind of spaced out cadet a little bit, talking to you, he looks at the book in front of him again and shakes his head again. He says, "All right, well, first off, allow me to thank you on behalf of His Majesty. We have been able to set up relationships with Ravenshold, and the proceedings with the other nations have been going quite well. As in addition to that, we have already announced our backing for the Cubix Ascenders. There is one caveat I would like to quickly address in that, and that is, from this point on, if you were to add a new member to your group, we would request that you send that through us, and while we would not prevent you from allowing someone into your group, if it is not someone that we support, then there would be the ability to hold that backing. But the choice would still be yours. From there, I've been able to acquire some methods of assistance. I've reason to understand from the gods that have come and talked to me since you arrived. You intend to venture to the. I'm sorry, its name escapes me. But your home village, Zephyr. I've been, and he just. I actually remembered it.
Yeah.
He literally did.
Yeah. No, that's why I said.
Oh, okay, got it. Sorry.
He's saying he said that in character.
Yes. I've been, and he gestures to one of the stacks of books that is, this is the stack of books that I had mentioned that it kind of had a stack of them that are unopened. There's one opened. So there's 3 separate books that are opened, leaning against this pile of books. He says, I believe I have strong suspicion that this storm. As he kind of like looks up, you almost like get the sense that he's looking. You get the sense that he's like looking through the roof at the storm. He just, again, almost just seems very off in his the way that he's acting. He says, I believe it's actually centered there. And at this point, he actually almost seems slightly more invigorated. He says, I believe, not only do I believe it's centered there, but the key, the keys, the shrine, the source. It is not only centered above it, but I believe the source may be emanating from there. Maybe not exactly there, but at least very close. It might be the sea. It might be underwater. And he actually almost like start to go slight into a ramble at this point.
I'm fairly certain it's probably underwater. If it is centered in a spot that you're saying, I have a strong suspicion that there is a religious site that it's sitting above.
The religious site is underwater.
He stands up at this point and he walks
Yes.
over to that stack of books and he picks up one of them, kind of flips through it, and then brings a book over to you that has a picture drawn in the book, which is a cliff face. The cliff face is exceptionally rocky going up to the edge of it, despite which, so it is, Heckleburn is a coastal city, so having a rocky terrain isn't that weird, but to most of the cliff face, it's actually more so, I'd say plainer, so like low grass, not extremely rocky edges to where you quite literally could just go and walk off the cliff. There's no like wall or anything. But this one almost has like a little bit, it almost like comes up to a peak, not quite a triangle, but almost like a pointed design. And there are actually rocks that seem to almost like build in height up to almost like a pedestal at the top of it. He says, I believe from this, and if you were to read through the text, if you are correct and it's underwater, then, well, typically you couldn't approach it normally. I
know, I've tried.
And I think that this, and he starts just tapping the book with a unique fervor. He says, "Believe that this shrine is the key, but I've not been able to figure out how you potentially activate it, and without being able to study it myself, I can't leave currently, but I believe that this might be important, and it might lead back to, again, he just seems to get lost in what he's thinking about.
So Theron, if you can look at this, you're a little better at navigating than I am.
As you come over to the text, and as both from listening, actually, investigation check. I'm going to give you advantage on this due to the fact that you are specifically effectively trying to location this from what he's talking about.
Guidance?
You could guidance this.
Well, I mean,
You have to roll first.
True. Religion check first.
I mean, that's a lot. 26.
Yeah. Full effect. It
16.
has a 16. Would you? Oh, you rolled with it.
Yeah.
Double it.
Double the guidance?
Double the guidance.
17. I rolled a 1.
Unfortunate. You're able to as you read through this, and again listening to Ulmerton, who seems to be rambling a little bit, but there's definitely sanity in what he's doing. He's very clearly been researching this a lot. There's other things that are mixed in there that are making it a little bit more confusing. But between that, looking at the depiction in this book that he seems to be researching, and then your own experience sailing around the coast.
This might make a slight change. Do you want me to do an investigation check or a navigator's tools check?
For the sake of this, it's going to be investigation, simply because you're using resources you're effectively using pictures and words to try and triangulate where something is, rather than actually utilizing maps.
I have a general sense of where it may be, so when we get closer, it also make it easier.
He hasn't finished describing.
In regards to what you're able to determine, so you are confident that it is near Heckleburn. From what
Heckleburn or Heffelburn?
Heffelburn, sorry. From what Zephyr has told you, and your knowledge of where Heffelburn would be, you're pretty sure that you actually know the coast that he's talking about, but there's no shrine there.
I've sailed these waters my entire life. There's nothing there. This outcropping doesn't exist.
No, so the outcropping does exist. That's actually the thing that would tip you off to, like, I'm pretty sure I know what this is. But so at the top of that outcropping, there's like a shrine in this picture. That shrine you don't think is there.
Oh, I thought you said the shrine was underwater, so... Okay.
Well,
I've seen this outcropping with my own eyes. Nothing's at the top.
well, I believe we'll find something.
Well,
Regardless.
obviously. If this supposedly exists, but no one can see it.
Do you mind if I take this book with me?
He shuts the book and just hands it to him. He says, by all means, consider yourselves with full privilege to the Royal Library, as well as I have been able to establish better relations with the Alchemy Guild in your absence. We've been able to streamline.
You mean they're not going to try and kill us?
Not only that, but they'll be most supportive. Based on your history, you seem to have an inclination towards acquiring healing potions. The
Well, I mean,
items of the
life
like.
essence.
Yes, but we've been able to work towards supplying you with more of a steady supply of those as part of the backing that we're able to provide to the Cubix.
What is the highest level alchemist?
I don't understand what you mean. You simply mean the most proficient?
Yes.
Can the alchemists in the Alchemist Guild create very rare potions of unfathomable power?
That is a very open-ended statement, and I would say some, yes.
Have they done research on potions of giant strength?
I'm unsure. In regards to alchemy, I'm sure you would know this yourself. It's not simply you don't simply have a level of skill that allows you to create anything. You have knowledge of how to make certain things. Are some of the alchemists capable of that? I would assume so, yes. Are they familiar with the proper proportions and ingredients to make exactly what you're asking for? It depends on the alchemist.
He's saying that it's a random chance.
Okay, then I'm going to
The
write.
rarer the potion, the lower the chance.
I'm going to write on a piece of paper, basically asking the Alchemist Guild if they are able to make any of the potions of giant strength, cloud, fire. They're not going to be able to do storm because that's ridiculous.
So effectively what you'd be doing, by the way, just so you have quick context here, you would effectively be sending a request to research these things and see if they can learn how to make them. So you could request them to try and figure out anything. It's just whether or not they can do it.
Yeah. So, and my question there would be, Would I have knowledge working with the Alchemist Guild of what kind of potions they are able to create?
No, you haven't been here for a year and a half.
Would I know what it was when they left?
When they left, they were limited to like healing potions, most resistance potions.
You also just barely killed their lead alchemist.
They made a, I suddenly forget what the potion's called, but it increases armor class.
Protection potion.
Yes.
I have 2 of them.
Potion of protection. They're able to make those. Potion of protection was the highest quality potion that they were able to make last time you were here. Contextually, it's a 2,000 gold potion.
What? I got this for free.
Welcome to helping a nation.
Hey, dude. So freaking give those to her too.
That would only be 200 gold.
200 plat.
Or 200 plat, yeah.
We're getting there.
Plat per?
I mean, if you wanted me to give her all of my
I'm
gems,
joking.
I have another 15k plat.
I'm joking. We're good.
Okay.
We need to go hit up a magic.
We're
store.
not gonna go crazy.
Or not 50.
Do they have access to the potion of invulnerability, which I think would be leaps and bounds better than potion of protection?
Again, you would simply be putting a request. So what I would say, the potions that you're interested in, compile a list, and then give me the list. And basically, you'd be putting in a request, hey, I would like the Alchemy Guild to research these things and see if they're able to discover how to make them.
I need the elixir of life.
You can ask them to research whatever you want.
I want the elixir of death.
With that, back to the conversation at hand. And we're actually going to say that he explained that to you. So, just if you would like us to put in a request for the research needed to create these things, then just, if you were to send a list to, well, getting it to myself would likely be hard, but the Alchemy Guild knows to work closely with you, so they would accept the requests. Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe they'll even know how to make some already. I'm not entirely sure. That's not exactly my forte. But yes, I apologize. Is there any specific business that you had with me, or? And he kind of just like continues to look at the books. And
You kind of already answered my questions. I was going to ask about the storm.
Oh yes, I do have a bit more information in that regard. At this point, he stands up and he goes over to what is the largest stack of books in this room. This one's like a good 20 books tall,
But-
to the point with himself being a little bit shorter.
And also, just to give you a little information that I am suspicious of, I believe Talos is the one responsible.
And as you say that, he like kind of signaling with his finger that he has a thought as he goes to this stack of, again, it's like you got like 20, 30, even 40 books that are kind of stacked up. This is the biggest pile in here, and this is likely this is where a good like 100 of the 200 books are. It's in this one stack. And he kind of goes behind it and almost into this stack of books, and he seems to rummage through. You almost naturally kind of walk with him a little bit and see that in the center of this, he actually has a chest, a small chest, only about this big, that is currently opened, has a kind of velvet interior, and then in the center of it, it has just a single. It seems to be just a scroll, single ribbon on the top of it. And he picks it up as he kind of looks to the right and left of it. To the right and left of it, you can see there's 2 books that are currently open, both of which seem to be spells, that are currently open to spell pages. He picks up the scroll and he kind of like turns to you, and then he walks over to you and hands it to you. He says, "I am not able to go there myself, but if I'm correct, and you were to present that on that cliff face, the shrine will make itself known. As far as the
Have faith.
No wonder I couldn't see it.
The method for entry, it is almost, there's some kind of trial but trial may not be the right word.
Of course there is.
A privilege. And again, trial may be the wrong word.
I agree. I believe there is something. I attempted to go there in the past, but
Isn't that where you met Riveron?
near the location. But I knew there was something down there, but every time I tried to approach, it seemed as Riveron was saying I wasn't ready. In my curious mind, I continued to try to tempt fate and almost drowned a couple times. But
It's a good thing you got me this time.
I think he called me to go. I believe he does think I'm ready now.
If that is the case, perhaps the privilege has been granted to you, so maybe it's good I didn't go myself. And with that, at this point, he signals for the guard to come over. He says, "Fetch the stone that I've been researching. Send word." The guard at this point seems apprehensive. He says, "Sir, I apologize, but His Majesty forbid you from using it." And Omerton interrupts him and says, "No, not. I will not. I would not disregard my father's words. I believe." And at this point, he kind of like looks to you guys. And again, this is. It's hard to tell whether or not something is altered, Omerton, or if like it's very clear that he's lacking sleep. But there's definitely, again, you get that sense that there's something odd about him.
Could identify him.
But for you, look, he kind of like ends up focusing on you towards the end of this, and he says, "They can use it. In fact, they may be the only ones who can."
It's always
the
nice to be
piece,
special.
the puzzle was. And again, at this point, he starts to murmur to himself again. He turns around and goes back to another small stack of books, opens it up, starts to read through it.
I'm actually going to walk up to him, put my hand on his shoulder, and speedcast identify.
Okay. As you're walking up to him and kind of following him, the guard actually kind of falls in line with you, and he says, "I'm sorry, sir. He's been forgive my disrespect, but he's been seemingly crazed as of late. A report came back from, I was going to say the front lines, but that's not entirely an apt description. Our supply lines that Dalaran has been maintaining. He received some kind of knowledge, unbeknownst to me, that has led to believe that Mutilim's condition is either reversible or perhaps I'm actually not entirely sure. I've never favored myself a scholar, but forgive his craziness.
Has
At
he
this point,
discovered anything in that regard?
He seems stressed.
as you're casting identify, sorry, one more time with the question.
Has he discovered anything in that regard?
I've only been able to listen to what he's been saying, but
I quirk at that because he was sleeping at the door.
I am using the Awaken Spellbook feature for it, so.
okay.
He's insta-casting it.
Yeah, I got it.
Identify
I'll
still
respond to
takes
you,
a
and then
minute,
I'll go to you.
It still takes a minute, but like.
So to answer you, he's sorry, I'm pick up where he was. He says, I've only been able to listen,
Doesn't
but
take 11 minutes.
from what I've been able to pick up from what he's been saying, he seems to believe that, well, he has a couple theories. He's thrown out the idea that Mutilim was potentially, that this one is what he's been getting the most words thrown about him for, is that Mutilim interacted with vampires and they've somehow altered his mind. He's also, there's a theory that he's thrown around that perhaps a mind flare hive lives within the mines and has either replaced or altered Mutilim, thus his weakened state. Both of those seem a little bit far-fetched to me, but the only other one that he mutters to himself, in a similar fashion, I would pay no more heed to any of these than the others, but he also believes that Serval may have had a hand before his untimely events that transpired in altering Mutalim, almost setting up a puppet in this case. And for that one, he assumes that Mutalim himself is perhaps still alive, but somewhere else. Perhaps still alive, imprisoned. He believes that in order for, well, at least from from what I understand, whatever it is that would cause this clone, the host body needs to live, or I'm not sure, sorry.
This sounds exactly like Stig Bulls from last campaign.
When-
With that, this... sorry.
When he went into the mine, was Squawk still the royal alchemist?
Yes, sir. Squawk was in fact, Mutalim and Squawk were the only ones who returned from the mine.
Wait, Squawk went with him.
Squawk was with him?
Yes.
Oh dear God.
Inquire of the Alchemist Guild that you look up potions, look up all the things known in libraries on Bakar, and any information you can find on potions that alter the mind. Potentially even a physical dissection of someone that could alter the mind.
He scrunches his brow and he's like, if you could, please write down that request. I will send
He can
word.
play messenger boy. He has no idea what you're talking about.
on the paper that I'm sending to the Alchemist Guild.
Yeah. He effectively, again, man's not a scholar, but he accepts that he will pass along your message. And at this point, he heads back to the door, seemingly to send word to fetch whatever this stone that Mutalim was referring to is.
To continue is very important.
Or sorry, Omritan.
To
but-
continue is a very important thing from before.
Yes.
Is there a guard nearby
That's
besides
who
the
you
guard?
just talked to.
You were talking to a guard.
That's
I know.
who you're talking. There's only one guard in here currently.
The other guards are remaining outside.
Okay.
So I said this briefly earlier, but we were all still sitting down as well. As a quick reminder, when you guys were first asking to meet with Omerton, it was mentioned to you that Omerton does not have... It's like he's not seeing many people, but he was expecting you.
Yeah. I was just thinking there might be another guard that I could tell to send the letter
You could
to
if
the
you-
Alchemist Guild.
You could go
walk
outside.
out
You
and-
also could still give him the message, unless you're like, this must go out immediately. He's gonna be capable of it.
Nah.
At this point, you finish your identification spell. Actually, I need to read identification one more time.
You
Sorry.
learn any spells currently affecting the creature.
So he's not currently under the effect of a. Well, no, he is under the effect of a spell. So
You
he's
also
under.
Learn if he's cursed.
He's not cursed. He is currently under an enhancement spell, specifically one for vitality. It effectively makes so he doesn't have to sleep. Which leads you into your.
Vitality potions
He's on
are
steroids.
fucking
Which leads you
expensive.
into what? Go ahead and make a medicine check. So effectively, what you're able to learn from the identity spell is that he's using magic to magically keep himself awake.
11.
11.
Oh, I guess I could do guidance. I should do guidance. Let's see if it works.
You could get double.
14.
Does not work.
Okay, so 11.
Your best guess, between using guidance and the medicine that you are familiar with, your best guess is that he has probably gone beyond the limit of what you should do. Even with magic, he's likely under like a certain level of exhaustion that is just effectively deteriorating his mind.
Has Dalaran made it to the city yet?
There's
You
no
know what?
shot. He's like a week and
Okay,
a half out.
hang on.
No,
We spent a day.
you spent a morning in
So,
Ravenshold.
guys, do we have anything
I was
else we
including
want to?
flight time.
Do we have
which was
anything
an
else we want to ask him?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm an inside zephyr. 14.
Zephyr has an idea. You can tell he's got something
He's
brewing.
cooking something. In his brain. Not like
What you
Tiku
think that
cooks
is
in
up to
brains.
you.
In regards to your brother, how likely is it that what you believe is true?
He was again. He was looking at one of the stack of books that he'd gone over to. He just stops immediately and he says, I know that something is wrong. It is not right the way. Who? I know you didn't know Mutalim like I did, but think of your stereotypical older brother. Strong, smart.
Is that
a
nostalgia
role
speaking?
model. No. How do you think someone so weak demanded such respect?
Omriton. So,
It was... He, like, quite literally just seems to not hear you. And he says, I know that something is amiss. I'm not locked in yet on what it is. Whether or not it's gods, monsters. It's not right.
What is the chance you would say that this isn't Mutalim?
I believe it is high. It is currently my number one going theory. And again, this is another one where he seems to get more fervor, a little bit more energy. And he says, I have strong reason to believe that Mutalim, when he went into that mine, both from his strength to specifically, kind of like looking at the book, he seems like he was in the middle of something, and then he just completely like seems to shut it out and give up on it. And he walks back over to the desk that he was at and opens up one of the drawers on the desk, reaches inside and pulls out a necklace. And kind of like walks back over to you with a renewed intensity. He says, this necklace, it was a gift from my mother. I understand that to most she was not important, as we live in a society of kings. But to Mutalim, as he looks at it and sees like he's holding the necklace tight enough that his hands are going white. He says, to Mutalim, this was everything. This was his promise to our mother. He never went anywhere without it. But he came back without it. He claimed it was lost. But the Mutalim I know would never leave this, especially because we found it. And if we could find it, he could have.
Have you shown it to him?
Yes. He thanked me, and he offered it to me as a gift, which again does not make sense. This was representation of the promise. My brother would not do this. I have not found proof that this is a mole. But I can't believe that is my brother. Mutalim is... I wish you could have met him. Mutalim was a great man. He is a great man. I have done research and I know that these clones... and he takes it and kind of clasps it in his hands and he says, these copies, I have found proof that they exist in other places. In fact, I have strong reason to believe. And at this point, he actually starts to look around, almost like he's paranoid that someone's listening to him as he says this. He says, I have reason to believe, and he almost like goes down to a whisper, that even one of the champions is but a mole. He's a placeholder.
What?
A fake.
Which?
Yes, he again looks around and he says, I don't know her name. It's part of why it was easy. But Shar, the champion of Shar, the goddess of the night.
I got a question.
To speak.
If the copy's a mole, shouldn't it be easy to figure out who it is? Because moles have a very distinct look They're kind of small and like hairless.
We are not referring to the animal. We are referring to the concept.
The concept of the animal?
Think of it similar to love or hate. You cannot see love or hate. You only know
Oh yeah,
their
you can
existence.
definitely see love or hate.
It is as if
Think of it as thinking.
someone is pretending to be somebody else. It is my easiest description.
What does that have
for
to
it.
do with moles?
At this point, he places the necklace back in the
Wouldn't it be more like
dresser.
chameleons?
If it's easier for you to think of it that way, yes.
There's
Very
a
similar.
chameleon.
Like a human chameleon, yes.
So, something
That is-
not sure you thought about.
Or
How
a mimic
long?
octopus.
How long after Squawk left the cave did he go rogue?
Squawk disappeared shortly after.
Time.
Not long before your records began, actually. You made your name as an adventurer and started picking up jobs. We thought that Squawk was perhaps raising you.
Squawk knows something.
Ready to go to bed.
As far as I know, Squawk is no longer here. I've spent a good deal of time looking for him, especially recently.
He's around.
Well, if you find him, tell him I need to talk to him.
My point is Squawk either knows something about what happened, or he did what happened.
If he did it, then, well, a price will need to be paid. We will figure it out. And again, he seems to just start to think and almost get lost.
Now, just for your own personal health, a well-rested mind is always a wiser mind. You'll be able to think more.
No. We live in a grandiose world. I am fine. I will be fine. And I'm so close. So very close. And at this point, he goes back to that stack of books that he was looking at. And he starts to read for a moment. We're dropping shit. He starts to read for a moment, then he stops. And at this point, and this is actually what causes him to stop, is it seems the message was sent, and what would effectively be a page comes in. Just a younger human boy who comes in with a cloth. It's almost like a ball. It almost looks like a cloth ball. And he kind of walks up. The guard nods over towards Omerton, and the page walks up, kind of like bowing his head down, and he hands it to him. Omerton takes the cloth, and at this point, you actually go to use Zephyr as you walk around. One of the cameras died. As he gives the cloth over to you, you said you're in a hurry. You wanted to get there quick. I've been working on many things, but this, and he unwraps, and what is a cloth ball about this big? You expect to be like an orb or something. As it comes down to a rock, roughly about this big. It's purple and seems to almost have a cloud in the inside. It very much looks like there's a storm inside. Reminds you of the storm up above you. And he says, if you can find the source of this storm, I've been feeling. I think I can contain it. This is but a prototype, but I've learned that this is as he holds the stone up to you, you realize that this isn't a precious stone. This is Gitanium. It's a extremely thin layer of Gitanium that allows you to see through it, thus used as a magical conduit, similar to how precious stones would be utilized, but it seems in a more extreme fashion. Yet another use of Gitanium.
That looks dangerous. What you're doing there?
He smiles as he looks at it. He says, "You have no idea." There's like the crazed scientist, kind of almost like chuckle behind it. He says, "It is. It is a leap unlike anything."
We're still talking to the same person, right?
Sorry, hold on.
I walked away for a bit.
We are still
Yes.
talking to Elmerton.
Yeah, this is still Elmerton.
Okay.
So this is the stone that he requested. It was just brought to him.
So
And as he takes it, he actually like just seems to want to hand it to you as he holds
I-
it out to you.
As I reach out to him, I grab his arm instead. I cast Dispel Magic.
It's a third level spell. He literally just as he's holding
and-
this stone to you,
and I take
he,
the stone.
as you cast it, he goes, "Why?" And literally just, I just hit the table.
Elmerton smacked his hand all the way down.
Zephyr, you killed him.
His hand hit the table. The guard immediately, like weapon draw.
I draw my weapon and get
sprints
between
up.
Zephyr and the guard.
He needs the rest.
Stand down.
He sprints up, and then as soon as he
Are you
actually
telling me or the
sees his
guard?
weapon drawn, he
He's-
like sees. and
Don't
he
make
sees
it
that
look
he's-
worse than it is.
He's breathing. He goes,
He's been abusing magic to stay awake.
and he immediately just kind of resets. He says, "Yes, sorry. I know that he trusts you. and
You're
it is-
doing your job. No need to apologize.
I understand. Yeah, I understand you would react that way. But if I would have warned him beforehand, he would have never agreed.
Okay. Well, I will take him to his chambers.
Yes, and try not to let him expose himself to that type of magic for at least for a while. It's
I will do my best.
I think it's-
Dalaran should be arriving soon. Omriton still listens to him.
I think it's
Soon being a week and a half.
the lack
It
of
is.
the lack
I don't
of
know what
sleep.
your sense of time is, but that is not.
The lack of
that
sleep
long,
is bad for the
but-
mind, and the spell, this kind of spell can be addicting for some.
I will pass along those words. I'll be taking him. It is likely his health has been of question to many. The doctors here will likely take a look at him, and I will pass along your words. For now, he at this point, he actually just drops his weapon, as he does not have a sheath for it. It is a glaive, and he just kind of picks up the prince as
Terrence,
nicely as he can.
Can you help with the prince?
Yeah, I pick up the dwarf.
As you pick him up, he says, "I'd prefer that you carry his highness if you could do so kindly."
Oh, okay. Slapped him down. I pick up.
He turns and he hands Omriton to you, and he like very skeptically and like looking over at you as he's handing Omriton over to him. He says, "You're confident, yes?"
Yes, I'm confident.
You could have Razu go with him. He's unsure.
I would strongly prefer that.
I will go.
Wonderful.
Tiku, could you go with him as well?
Tiku is still on the
Tigu?
Tiku just has
As the guy's like unconscious.
I'm gonna look to the dwarf guard and be like, "I'm sorry, I almost murdered you in self-defense."
Tiku looks
Seems
up.
confused by the question and again looks at you, Zephyr. As
If the guards
Just don't make fun of
walk
him.
up to you,
Make sure your mic's
Uh-huh.
never draw your weapon,
But he
or
drew
they
his
will
weapon.
try to kill you.
But he drew his weapon on Zephyr.
But he also had extremely good cause to draw his weapon.
The difference is he's a guard. He follows the law. If you haven't done anything to break the law, he won't hurt you. He'll just draw his weapon. If you draw your weapon, he'll attack.
well,
Most
we usually
of the
try to assess the situations as best as we can before
Okay.
moving to hasty action.
Okay, but hold on. So, drawing your weapon is a crime unless you're a guard.
No, that is why I wish to clarify. Drawing your weapon shows hostile intent and it can escalate situations.
But see, that's why I drew my weapon, because the guard drew his weapon.
Which is why I did not attack you, despite what he said.
Because you assessed you'd be murdered.
I
Well-
assessed that your friends were in favor of you.
Your first mission, self-goal,
See that
if
these-
you would, to earn your pardon. When lawful order is assessing the situation, hold up your hands and ask him what you did wrong. Or what we did wrong.
So if a guard approaches me and draws their weapon, I'm supposed to raise my hands and then ask what I did wrong.
Or what the group did wrong.
Or what we did wrong.
Yes.
One thing that I would recommend. Change your wording. Did we do something wrong?
Did we do something wrong?
The way that
Fair point.
Razu imposed the question would imply that you know you did something wrong, and did we know what it is? Whereas if you ask, did we, it just slight clarification.
Did we do something wrong? Did we do something?
Also, know that the gods of Zabrakar, save if you, unless you are doing something wrong, will not take hostile action against you. I was
That's-
worried that your
wait.
friend had attacked the prince.
Oh, I'm still a little confused because, like, all I did was eat a pie once. I mean, it was later I found out that pie wasn't a free pie.
That would count as a crime. At this point, what I would say is effectively you'd be able to make small talk with the guard as you move Almerton, as you bring Almerton back to, his quarters.
It's always just talking and the guard going, "Yep, and that's a crime." Yep, and that's a crime.
And this is why you got attacked for this. This is why you got attacked for this. This, and he's just like explaining to you how you're breaking the law and how to deal with different situations.
Do you go with
Tiku
him, Tiku?
dismissed.
You guys are actually left alone in the library because the guard
dragon
was
is
only
gone,
here
Tiku.
because he was.
Oh, I just asked if Tiku could go with them.
Did you go with
You
him?
want
Tina?
Tiku to go with the
Just keep an eye on Terrence, please.
okay.
I give you serious side eye.
You're good, Tree.
Tiku gets up and follows, very far behind and very like
Oh.
sticking to the staying as small as possible, which is very small for Tiku. But she totally leaves the huge offering and actually slides it a little closer to the books before she leaves. The huge slap of me before she
As
leaves.
you guys are heading out, the guard actually does mention to the guard that was on the outside of the library that someone's gonna have to take that raw meat to the kitchen to actually be dealt with. Okay, with that, Almerton being brought back to his quarters. Again, you guys are left to yourself. At this point, we're getting into later day. I'd say probably around 5 o'clock. As currently the two left in the library would be Zephyr and.
Sit there.
So, quick note, random thing. Gurgo was preoccupied in Ralpurgan. The information you guys got, that's where he was. I just realized I never mentioned where Gurgo went to Ralpurgan to get that information. I gave you it up front, but that's where Gurgo is right now.
Roughly-
so Gurgo is not present with you guys.
Roughly how long until Dalaran would roughly get here?
About a week and a half.
Okay. I would then send word to Dalaran.
Do things for you. We're back in the city. Look into disease-removing effects harming blood hunters, and make your brother sleep, for crying out loud.
You want one word over?
Regularly.
For crying out loud.
Get a responsive. As far as I know, my brothers sleep, but I will do my very best. And we'll look into it. That's your response.
All right, that's it. Nah.
Okay, so you two are left alone in the library. You want to start?
Zephyr,
Yes.
currently trying to decide if I should do something very stupid.
I mean, I'm probably not the one that's going to be able to stop you if past events say anything.
You've already talked me out once, even if it wasn't actually you. I can't tell you what, but the serpent can bring them back. I have to do something, though.
Sounds sketch.
Extremely.
Probably shouldn't do it. Sounds like
Probably.
you're signing your soul away to a demon.
But if what he says is true, it's worth it.
Is it?
Yes.
Would your wife see it that way?
Yes. She was with me, or without me, for 5 years. And she was out without me again for a year. She went in there looking for me. I'd be a very poor husband indeed if I did not do everything I could to get her back.
I would just say, I don't personally know your wife, but if the roles were reversed, would you want her to do the same thing? Just think about it.
No. But that is because she couldn't.
But if she could, would you still want her to?
That line of thinking does not actually hold sway here. I understand where
And
you're coming from, but
Like-
trust me.
And like I said at the start of this conversation, I probably wouldn't be the one to be able to stop you. The only person that's going to stop you is you. We all know that. No matter what we've said to you in the past, you make your own decisions. It doesn't matter what we say, but try to consider the feelings of the ones you actually care about. Would you want them to make the same choice? And you don't have to make that decision now. At least take tonight, sleep on it. And if you have any questions that you don't feel like you can answer yourself, like I said, as much as you haven't had much success with it, you are getting better at prayer. Just keep trying.
Well, yeah. I'll be back at the manor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna exit, heading towards the manor.
Okay, I assume that's where you're going as well.
I want to short rest as well.
I want to take a moment to actually identify Shed Orb.
Said stone.
So it's been 11 minutes.
Probably
Okay,
should have waited until he told you what it did first, huh?
And the man needed sleep,
Zephyr can
and
find it
I
out.
could figure this out on my own.
You're technically not there.
It's called a storm crest.
Okay, let me add it to my inventory. Okay.
It's a fireball the likes of Zephyr would be very proud of.
So
Or-
it's a
or-
lightning ball.
This is different in how it works though. So how this actually works, it is fairly sturdy. So you're not just going to break it haphazardly. In a similar way to a force orb, you would have to intentionally try to break this. It'd be the dangerous part about it is in order to get enough force to shatter this thing, because due to its size, you're pretty sure you'd have to throw it fairly close to you. You can only throw this 30 feet. Because if you do it further, it wouldn't have enough impact to hit the ground and actually shatter. So the
like
way
a
that it
pop
actually works is upon shattering, it will unleash its storm, which releases 6 lightning bolts in random directions. It literally does the lightning spell, so 100 feet in 6 separate directions.
Lightning bolt, right?
Yes, the actual spell lightning bolt that I believe that
Does
is
that
the
include
100 foot
directions
line.
like up?
Well, it's 120 foot.
No,
line.
that would be for effectively how
Combat
much
map.
lightning goes
think it's
out. If you were
120
on a
foot, right?
map,
Let me
it would
double
be
check.
6 lines it'll shoot. So there'll only be 3 safe directions, and it will
Yeah,
shoot
no,
out.
My point
2
was,
safe
is some of
directions.
those lines, do they go up?
There's
No,
a combat.
again, I'm telling you how it works for combat. The idea behind it is lightning just goes
So then,
and
like,
just shatters everywhere. It's literally like a lightning storm just
But
gets
also
can-
Oh yeah,
conceptually,
so it's 100 foot. Yeah.
We
in
can-
combat,
Yes, it goes up.
if I was flying
Yes.
15 feet above,
guys.
yes.
There's
Guys.
also only 2 safe directions.
We could
There's only 8
use this
cardinal
as
directions.
lightning bolt roulette.
You're right. Yes. Based on that, I'm actually sorry. I'm going to cut that down just a little bit. I don't know why I was thinking of this with wrong numbers. I am going to cut that down to 4 due to the size of this particular
So it's a
orb.
50-50?
It's a 50-50 shot of whether or not it'll hit you in any direction.
I cast fuck that general direction.
And you are guaranteed to be in its radius if you throw it, because you can only shatter it from 30 feet unless you have a means to shatter it. So
and
you
it
could
can go-
chuck it and
it
cast
can
it
go-
large.
Well,
and
you
it can
also
go,
could just-
like 100 foot in each direction.
You also could like plant it, and if you had someone that was an extremely good shot, you could shoot it
Oh, okay.
or cast a spell and blow it up.
Okay.
So you could, when destroyed, it sends
Did you
lightning
say
everywhere.
100 feet of range, though?
Yes.
Yes.
God
But I have no idea of actually how powerful it is. I
Yes,
just know it's
it's-
lightning bolt.
Yes. I'm not going to tell you what kind of damage it does. However, I will say you are confident.
I mean,
it
that's
is
what
a
fun it is.
very strong application of this. This is quite literally so as you're identifying this, the sense that you get is an entire storm that you like have sat through in prayer. You get the sense like an entire 6-hour storm is contained in this gem.
I thought he said that this was the key to open the temple, though.
Maybe a lightning bolt.
So we're just supposed to
You
blow up the
freaking knocked
mountain?
him out, bro.
I didn't.
I have the book. I have the stone. We should be fine.
By the way, don't
I
you...
assume you collect the book that he was reading then.
He already gave me
Yeah,
the book.
I already got the book from him.
No, it's 2 separate
Oh,
books.
yeah, I'll
the
grab
stone,
that book
the
too.
book for
I
the
grab
stone
any-
is different.
I grab
from the
any
shrine.
books that are relevant to.
We'll say you spend
the
an extra
shrines.
hour there, kind of going through and looking through books, getting applicable research material that would actually be useful to you. Along those lines, go ahead and make an investigation check. We're just going to do this right now, even though you'd probably be studying this a little bit as you go. I'm going to have you go ahead and do an investigation check. Both
Religion first. That is a 23.
Success. Just a normal guidance.
Uh, 22.
22. Gosh dang. Okay. You're able to get a lot of information. You're also able to collect some of Olmerton's notes to kind of get a little bit of the idea of what he was going for with this stone. So, the scroll that he gave to you is effectively it would work as a revealing spell. Single cast in. Sorry, my drink was in my throat. Single cast spell that is basically set to reveal the shrine. A little bit more information with that, with a 22 that you're able to gather. The shrine is effectively an entry point. You're not able to figure out what it's an entry point to. In fact, the scholars that studied it, even though they were able to find the shrine, were never able to actually determine how to get into the shrine. But one, a mage that was researching it, realized that the shrine reacted positively to lightning, almost like something was in the works. The description that he gives that's intense. The description that he gave is, as I channeled lightning into the as I channeled lightning into the gemstone, it almost seemed to fill. It seems to hunger, but I don't quite think I have the arcanic depth to do this. So effectively, the idea you get behind it is that whatever this shrine is needs to be charged. Specifically with lightning.
Okay. I have ideas.
Olmerton was also just on ideas, so. But yes, that is you get a bunch of the information that he was kind of talking about in regards to the shrine and everything. Oh, sorry. One other thing you would get is you got above the 20. One other thing that you would get is the same scholar that figured out that you potentially could charge this shrine to potentially reveal the way to this, believes this is not a temple of a god. That is to say, he believes that it's one to many.
That's interesting. All right.
But other than that, most of the other information you're able to gather, Olmerton had already given to you as he's been researching this for a while. Okay, so with that,
Ideas. So many questions.
don't knock him out next time.
Oh no! Like, man needed sleep. Zephyr will figure it out.
He was willing to get the questions.
Okay, so speeding things up a little bit, you guys would all meet back up at your manor, which, by the way, for your, just so you kind of know what you're looking at, is extremely nice. You have effectively a 3-story keep. Manor is a very loose way to describe this.
This is a lot bigger than the temple.
You have 27 separate servants that upkeep this. Between your chefs, butlers, and different people upkeeping them.
I'm like walking around like, no wonder we're in the negative.
It does seem that they did their very best to ensure that you did have a very nice place to stay. In the keep itself, it seems that it's also been slightly customized. This was not built for you. It is a more so renovated version of what was Mutilim's keep. The first thing that is very noticeable about it, the outside of it is it's effectively a black. I was gonna say gemstone, but it's almost like a black bedrock. It's almost like a castle for how it's built to be defensible. I'll even say that just via like quick words with different servants, with your scribe and everyone, you're able to get that Mutilim was actually worried that someone might come for him, which was played up just normal because he was very frail. And so he literally made himself almost like a mini castle. It's more of a castle than the actual castle if you want your stereotypical design. What's up?
Do we ever forget the girl's name? Because I don't have it written anywhere, apparently.
Well,
That's in charge.
the note that I had it on got closed, so let me...
Oh, wait. I found it in World Anvil. Brunhilde.
It is Brunhilde.
Yep.
It certainly is. 'Cause, yeah, I had it on a notepad,
Okay.
and it was closed.
So, ask one of the servants, because I need... Can you send a message to Brunhilde real quick? I think I have an idea for where to put a restaurant.
Easily enough, you're able to quickly send word to Brunhilde. Sorry. Do you send message of where to go, or are you asking her to basically join you for dinner as well?
Just join us for dinner. I have a proposition.
Okay.
I found your restaurant.
So, again, speeding things up just a little bit in regards, just because we've had a lot of talking. After going through your keep and exploring it a little bit, you have many, many bedrooms. You can house as many people as you wanted to. And also, the degree of extravagance that you have is something that you would definitely not be used to. So, again, you have what is 27 servants across everything. You also have a stable.
Zephyr definitely looks at this as a waste, by the way.
You also have a stable and access to Mutilim's carriage, which is carried by wyverns. So
The freaking draconic Santa Claus.
think of it like a reverse palanquin. So rather than, it's similar to actually the dragon that you had actually met from before. It's a smaller one. The difference between this and the one that you saw with the bronze dragon, the bronze dragon could actually quite literally carry like a group of people. It's literally how that whole the trading company traveled. A wyvern would likely only be able to carry like with the carriage that he has, you'd be able to carry roughly about 6 to 10. 10 would be a little bit of a tight fit, but it's a fairly large one. Can be carried by one wyvern. As long as it is just a full-grown wyvern. But yes, you effectively have access to extreme extravagance. You also have access to multiple carriages, horses. You would effectively have become a true noble. A rich one, too. Rich and dead at the same time. But with that...
Like every other big tech company.
True. Tax write-offs. You're for you, Tiku... Are you trying the food, or are you trying to help cook with everybody to make dinner?
Tiku doesn't touch their food, but she does make egg dessert.
Tiku, you have to try the other chef's food. How would you ever know how it compares to your own?
Of course Tiku's trying their food. Tiku always tries their food. And cooks her own, so they can be compared.
And you guys just invited your 2 guests, right? Your 2 guests? There was no one else that I missed that you were inviting to this dinner?
Unless in it. Well,
I don't.
I didn't think you did.
Tiku's just
I was
like
just
when
double checking.
I don't go to dinner, by the way.
Just like when we go to.
I got a question. Does this manor, does it have a garden?
Yeah.
I go out collecting dead branches.
Easily
The
enough.
packer.
Trades wood for food.
Okay, so with speeding things up a little bit, food is prepared. I assume you're just making dessert. You're not making something
The gardener
extremely
offers, like-
unique.
No.
Yes, Tiku?
Yeah, I'm not making anything.
Okay,
Just
just for the sake of this, just because you are going to be judging them, go ahead and make a culinary check. So it needs to be cooking tools for just making your dessert.
I'll use
And then I
like,
rolled
the
for-
most exotic ingredients they have, though. I'm testing out there.
She's limited.
Their most exotic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying yours. I was like,
Oh, no,
what are we using?
I got lots of
Because monster ingredients function differently than normal food ingredients for you.
Fairly average roll for Tiku.
Oh, your computer's shut for some reason.
19.
19. Okay. So first off, real quick, just for the food, they make quite good food. You are very impressed by them. You are pretty sure you're better. You know the Packers better. They also the biggest thing that you're able to notice about the food that they make, as most of it would be mostly a meat-based dinner with like meats, breads, and wine. Typically, is what you'd have served for more so noble dinner. Their meats are definitely not as fresh as some of the ones that you're able to hunt. Whether or not that's just they don't have access to fresh ones, or like the meat that they had on hand, because you guys effectively got here pseudo fairly quick. You're not entirely sure in that regard, but the meat is not as fresh as you would like. Other than that, masterfully prepared. They use a lot of spices that you're unfamiliar with. It's kind of I would say that you're able to even branch out a little bit more in terms of the spices you're able to make. Something that I would say you would find quite intriguing, they use poisons in their food. It's slight doses. Think of it like how we would typically think of spice for just like spicing your food.
Like
They
hot
use
spice, that's what you
poison
mean?
to spike food to give it almost like a different kind of
Sensory experience.
yeah, it was different sensory experience to where it's like almost it's a similar feeling in nature to like drinking a carbonated drink, to how it kind of makes your stomach feel a little bit restless. Not necessarily bad, but different. And the way that it settles is much more close to how almost like something sour. If you were to eat something sour, that's almost like how it settles when you eat it. It's a different take. It's not something that you would typically do, is you would typically cook out the poison to make sure that people would be okay. They seem to almost embrace it. And for some of the dwarves that are actually there, as a good portion of the individual serving under you would be dwarven, they use a larger amount of poison. For those resistant to poison, they offer more poisonous food for more of that kick, but you can still handle it. Ideally.
Would that mean like being immune to poison? I'd be like addicted to the taste of poison, huh?
It would not necessarily.
Well, 'cause
you
you
could like it. You could learn to addict it. It's like I used to think Tabasco sauce was bad, and now I absolutely love it. It's a matter of it's a different kind of food. You would have the ability to eat very poisonous food and still enjoy it, whereas other people would get poisoned.
Tiku's gonna steal one of everything they have of poison ingredients.
Okay. They effectively are. They just use the most exotic one that you're able to find. So the only one that'll actually have you add your inventory is you're able to. Let me see how many you're able to get.
I'm gonna steal all their stock.
You're able to get 3 cooking doses of wyvern's poison. By the way, just so you know, as a quick warning to you, this actually will have a special effect, and your negative effect will be like detrimental, like it'll actually hurt. Because you
It'll
quite
be
literally will poison your
wyvern's
food.
poison? No.
With that, you guys sit down for dinner. It's just you guys, as well as your 2 guests, Cytherin. Brunhilde being... Yes, sorry. Cytherin actually specifically did not come to dinner. I would say that you noticed that, especially based on the conversation you had from before. Brunhilde, being the first one to speak up, says, all right, so you had a recommendation for the restaurant?
Yes, I was looking around here, and I thought the best place for Tiku's restaurant would actually be in the manor itself. what's going to draw more attention than being able to come into a high noble's home?
She kind of like looks around.
We have more than enough space.
So, Brunhilde's still being a noble herself, who just elected to work under you. It seems a little bit off-put by the idea. She says, I suppose that could work, but this is meant as a... Well, His Highness specifically asked me to prepare this for you, and we assumed for your friends, the Cubix, is almost... I know that you said that you would not wholeheartedly align with a specific nation based on your goals, but we were hoping you might be able to use this as a pseudo base. Do you think that having a common folk
I think it actually will be a win-win. We can set up the restaurant downstairs. Well, I assume there's down and upstairs. Right?
It's
Well,
a
you could also-
3-story
Yeah.
keep.
You could also build
We-
the restaurant
well-
on the estate, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, if we
that's
build
outside of the main manor.
when we're not around, if we can set up tour groups for the general public, we can set up another location where the nobles can feel more superior to the common folk, but still allow the common folk to come in as well, so they can be feel more appreciated by the nobility that governs them. And it allows Tiku a place nearby where she can cook.
Well, while it's not something that I would typically like to do, if you wish for that to be done, then yes, I can make some arrangements.
What do you think, Tiku?
And she again starts to go into that almost like quick, like mumbling to herself, where she's planning effectively.
Does the manor have a wyvern perch?
Tiku,
Yes.
how do you feel
In
about
fact,
that?
It has 2.
I was thinking over by and I like point at some entrance that's like fairly visible.
Okay. Effectively, you'd be converting your hall, your entrance hall, into a restaurant.
What do you think, Tiku?
They go cook in the house. That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks for the enthusiasm.
We have place where we grow things. Yeah.
Yes, there is a garden. We can
That's fine.
We can separate some of that for fresh vegetables and such, I'm sure. And then, what would you like to call the restaurant, Tiku?
Tiku names it.
Yeah, of course. You'd be in charge of it, mostly. I'll take care of Brynhilde will take care of the accounting work, at least getting someone put in charge.
Does
You again,
Nuggy
Sarah, she's
Dragon.
like, you can like, when you look at someone, you're like, they can see numbers.
Yeah.
And she's like looking in the air and like almost like using her finger to like, it almost looks like she's like playing on an imaginary tablet. She's like, just moving around, seemingly ignoring her dinner. You're starting to get an idea of why she's been so successful in her endeavors.
Tiku's gonna call it.
The Snuggly Dragon.
Blech. Yeah. That's
While
terrible.
she's thinking of that, as your second guest chimes in, he says, I know what I've been doing, but I'm curious. You've been gone for quite some time. Have you learned anything new?
I had an encounter. We may want to talk about it after dinner.
You don't say. As he just he looks at his plate of food, he's got like a decent portion of food. He goes like takes a fork, gets a knife, cuts a piece off, bites it. Goes, wonderful, I'm done, and then slides it away from him, and then just turns and pulls and starts to go into his bag to his side and just starts to pull out a couple books and starts to like line them up. You can see there's like a sequence of different things. He has a book that seems to be a collection of children's stories that he sets on the table. He's got one that he pulls out that seems to be his own personal journal. He's got another one that he pulls out that seems to be like a notebook of like personal notes. And then he pulls out a last final paper, and then at the top of that one, he actually just like quickly he takes out his quill and starts to write across the top of it, and effectively makes a new note section book for the. He's just gonna title it Encounter. And then as he's kind of putting that all together, have you thought of your name? Or is Tiku just going to be like,
Oh, it's the Dragon's Feast.
Brunhilde, like not seemingly stopping what she does. She goes, all right. And just keeps going.
Like literally almost rides a dragon's feast.
She's got something. She can see something. You're confident.
Bro, she's got some virtual screens up in there.
I look and see if she has glasses.
She does not have glasses. She's for what it's worth, she is fairly pretty. She's blonde. She's got pointy ears.
Oh, let's just say it was a human.
No, the other guy's a human. Brunhilde, if I'm not
And you're
mistaken, is
too
a half elf.
lanky for me.
I don't think we have that written down. Actually, no, you have her marked as a human on here.
Yeah, I was pretty sure she was just human.
I'm doing great today.
Yeah.
Well, she's still pretty.
Too skinny.
I go out.
She is very dainty.
Too skinny. No meat on those bones. Tastes terrible.
I'm gonna need to go through and fix my notes after this
Yo,
session.
Kiku,
What?
you got food for a baby dragon?
What?
Enough
Yeah.
food for a baby dragon.
Always. Why do you not have food for a baby dragon?
It's like,
Always have food for dragons. You'd be surprised how much you don't get eaten if you give them other food that tastes good. Always be prepared.
You want to make me food for a baby dragon?
What type of dragon? What are their
Wyvern.
preferences?
I don't know. Wyvern meat? Not wyvern. No, wyvern. Wyvern poison. Wyvern poison food. I don't think the meat actually matters, honestly. It probably could be wyvern meat.
Does
Do
he like
dragons-
fish? Does he like snakes? Does he like, I don't know, cows?
Do you know?
Wyverns are just carnivores. It's just meat.
just
The most
feed,
common one, horse, cattle.
just feed him some of the scraps you have left over.
Okay.
Tiku
I
goes
go outside and I blow my whistle.
and cooks up
Your
something.
wyvern was effectively sent to this keep, so
It just turns.
Well, it comes off the top or whatever.
more
wherever.
likely you would actually just go up to the landing where your wyvern is.
We feed him food. Get him the
Who's a good
grub.
boy? Who's a good boy? Sit. Roll over.
Okay, as your
Animal handling check. Bonding with my wyvern. I
I'll
don't
let
think.
you
I'm not
attempt
sure
it.
if that works.
I'll let you attempt it. He's already pseudo bonded with you.
We're learning like
We'll
can,
see if
can you
you're
pet a
using the-
wyvern? Is there a way that wyverns like to be like pet or scratched?
It would be more like
They have
heavily
itchy,
scratched.
they have itchy scales.
I actually don't think that matters because I don't think they can actually feel their scales. Ugh.
Actually, you need to
That
get
is a
under
lie.
the scales
Gotta get under the skin.
with their claws.
I'm pretty sure scales.
Roll your dice.
They have itchy spots.
Got 16.
Those poor
That's
guys that-
huge.
Those poor kobolds
Continuing-
that had to go and scratch the
Continuing to
dragon.
try and build your relationship with your wyvern.
That job had a lot of
You think
turnaround.
you're being successful?
Let's go! Let's go!
That job has a lot of
Okay,
turnaround.
so notebooks now placed all in front of him. He says, so, do tell.
So I had recently went to a place and met because I'm pretty sure I told them about the
You told him about
The
the
crypt.
original
Yeah,
crypt that
yeah.
you went to, yes.
yeah. I had another encounter at the crypt and I pretty much just rehashed the whole story. To
Okay.
them.
If anyone wants it, it was in the last episode.
Yeah.
As
Do you include the parts of Gurgle and Theron? Or just your own encounter?
I mean,
it'd be effectively a second-hand account of it. Cause you'd be
I
repeating
would
what they
only
told you.
do mine because that's the only one I can verify.
Okay. As he goes through it, he just effectively takes his detailed notes as he can, asking you questions periodically, kind of getting confirmation across different things. And as you kind of like finish recapping, it's fascinating. Yes. I've also been at work. You've been gone for quite some time. And I can't say I encountered him, so I suppose I still lost in this regard. But I have learned a couple things. The first of which, you told me about a scenario between some gods that your friend had seen. So I started doing some research into that. I was looking into it, and I think I may have found the third man in whatever that was.
Woman, but yeah.
There's-
I'm not there. I'm just saying it was a female elf.
I know.
Okay.
Well, at least I think I figured out who that was. I know their title. I'm pretty sure it was Shar. Either herself, which I am more inclined to believe that perhaps it would be Shar herself, simply because I can't foresee two gods interacting with a mortal and truly brokering a deal with them.
Who's Shar?
Shar is the goddess of night. Effectively, Serval followed Shar.
Yeah.
This actually isn't the first time you've heard Shar. When Serval first took interest in Riveron,
Shar's
he
the
told you a
god.
little bit about Shar. And that's who he works. The city that's dedicated to Shar is Stilmakar. Or the city where Shar is most prevalent is Stilmakar. It's not dedicated to her.
Is it dedicated to anyone?
No. There are few cities that are actually dedicated to someone.
I don't even think Zabakar's dedicated to Morden.
It's not. Cantafar and Baklaval and that's it actually. Just Cantafar and Baklaval are the only two
Which
cities.
is Tiamat
and Bahamut. They're the only two that are actually dedicated to a
Like
god.
fanatical.
Isn't Bane?
No. Bane is dedicated to just effectively conquest.
But Zinder holds a freaking Colosseum.
Which is why they follow Bane. With that, going back to your conversation, so I have reason to believe that it is either Shar or the champion of Shar. But again, as they're dealing with gods, I can't imagine she sent a champion to deal with Bahamut and Tiamat, assuming that is what your friend saw. It is something to see the works of gods. So I don't know exactly
How accurate?
how we go about that, or how he would have done that. But,
on it being Shar.
also, by the way, quick reminder: you never told him that you have the cube. You simply told him that you
I
found
awarded the
a
cube
way to
Get in contact.
that you found yourself in the crypt.
I don't want to tempt him to try to get the cube and
Okay,
use it.
I just making sure you remember that you didn't actually ever tell him that you have the cube.
And I continue to do so.
Okay. As he continues, he continues to go on that point. He says, so, if it is Shar, then I believe that some kind of deal may have been brokered. The gods, their station has been far too long. Some of them are newer, so I doubt all of their time has come. But if the Gravekeeper is in fact what I believe him to be, and what some of these, and he goes through and he starts to flip through the children's book, and he starts to show you a few different children's stories that are quite literally almost like nursery rhyme style of like I don't know what the nursery rhymes, but ashes, like that kind of like dark nursery rhyme, but applied to the Gravekeeper about very grim fairy tales style.
What city is Shar?
Stilmakar is the city
Stilmakar.
where Shar would be the most prevalent.
Okay.
This is, well, yes, that if perhaps they were somehow able to broker a deal or whatever it is that the Gravekeeper is passive or sealed in that crypt that you found. However that is, I believe that it is likely that it was an agreement between the three of them. Unfortunately, that was a large portion of my time, and Stilmakar is a little bit hard to get information in. But one other thing, you mentioned a name last time. It is Oklaban. I found him. I know what he is. He is acting as, well, he's I guess it's easier way to say he's posing as a merchant. He is traveling with he's traveling. He was a friend to a young bronze dragon. And since then, it seems that he had been moving around looking for a cure for this bronze dragon.
Thorn scale? Are you serious?
Funnily enough, you were one roll away from seeing him.
Come
The role that you guys would have seen him in,
God.
someone missed it by like 2.
I ran into the Thornscale merchants recently, and
Yes, those are them. I
Yeah.
believe that he's...
I had cured their dragon friend. I must have just barely missed him.
That's quite unfortunate. Well, if you're in contact with them, he is in service to the Thornscale merchants. He seemed to have joined as, from the bit of information that I was able to gather, to try and help the bronze dragon. And he he seems hyperfixated on the bronze dragon. Exactly why that is, I was unable to confirm. However, I feel I was very proud of this information. And he just like looks at the notes in front of him and he's like, I felt I made 2 very solid breakthroughs. But in that time, I believe that you may have encountered the being for a second time. Where is this crypt? You've now arrived there on 2 separate occasions, but I have strong reason to believe it is not here on Altera. Do you venture somewhere else? Is it a portal?
I tend to find it's not by choice. I am almost sent there. Almost called to it.
Do still make a persuasion check. You do have advantage on this.
Deception or persuasion?
No, this is persuasion.
Oh no, that's legit. I feel like
He's very much so.
Good persuasion this time.
He is definitely intrigued enough that he is trying very hard to make
That's
sure that you're
it's
giving
an
him all the
omission,
details.
Or like it's a twist of the truth, but it's still
19.
true.
19. You beat him by 1.
Now you see how it feels.
18.
Good thing I have that +1.
You held an 18.
As he's like, he's like, what do you do? How? What actions do you have to take to receive this calling? Listen. If I could somehow meet him as well, perhaps I could also see what it is you are seeing and start to help to find. I know you mentioned you're looking for these coins. Maybe I could help.
We
find
also
them.
know what those are too.
Friend, I understand you want to see it. I believe the reason why I am able to go is because I am a champion of a god, and I believe my companions occasionally can get glimpses because they have been marked for succession. You, unfortunately, have not yet. But maybe one day I can take you there.
I would much appreciate it. He seems a little bit disappointed, but like also understanding. I apologize. I know I got a little bit excited there. Well, currently I'm a little bit of a loss. I went off the information you gave me, and I got what I was looking for, but I don't know where to go from here. I've spent so long looking into this, and I feel I've made giant leaps in the last year due to your help. What is the next thing you're looking for?
This guy's like, you could show him a map with the coins.
More information on the coins, like what they are, or like why, how to activate them. I'm just throwing out ideas.
The X's are the coins.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot we had this.
That is our guess, by the way.
Well, he's thinking up. Dude,
White Dragon in the north.
we got a thing.
So,
Alright, check it out. Wait.
we do have this map of ideas where some others may be located. If you can find the significance of this, and then I just show him the
He
locations.
takes it and immediately just starts to look at it. He pulls out his own map and immediately just starts to mark an
it,
X. And
yeah.
then upon pulling out that map, he then pulls out like another sub map of the different areas and starts to
He's
look at
prepared.
based on where you have the map marked, he pulls out basically more detailed maps of each of the different areas, and he starts to like look more in depth at the area, at different potential effectively landmarks by which he could maybe start to pinpoint some things. And effectively he just starts to go into full investigation mode.
As he starts getting engrossed in his research, I go up to him and whisper to him, though. Be quiet with what you find, though. There are eyes upon us that, if they catch wind of what you're looking into, you may not see another day. So be careful.
He stops for a moment, and there's like this. He like has like a long, like a drawn out, just the best kind of secrets. and then keeps going back into his research.
He's a freaking fanatic. That's what he is.
He's a very eccentric person.
I don't
I
know.
literally convinced
I'm meeting so many characters right now that I have no idea who they are.
He's literally a guy I just randomly met at the library that was researching the
Like
Gravekeeper.
Zephyr was like, I want to find any books on the Gravekeeper, and he was like researching it. And that guy literally walked up. You're also looking for the Gravekeeper?
Yeah. And I've been using him to like research information for me. But he's so fanatic that I actually worried that he's
You
going to
just
get
gave
himself
him
killed.
the location of the coins and he's just that fanatical?
One of those
collecting
coins
information.
is guarded by a white dragon.
Still?
Well, we get to see what he's gonna do. Is there anything else you want to ask him this night?
Wait, do you know if he's fanatical, like, wants to release?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. At least you guys' goals kind of align.
I'm sure the guy's going to get himself killed at some point.
For what it's worth, he also is like wholeheartedly dedicated to proving that it's real.
Yeah.
Because most people, literally,
Think
to
it's
most
just
people, the
child
Gravekeeper is a fantasy. He's a child story. It's similar to parents telling
boogeyman.
you that like the boogeyman or something's going to come for you if you don't do your chores or go to sleep. That's how the Gravekeeper is treated in the world.
I see.
Look at your Discord. Huh?
For context, for
Discord.
those on the stream, Gravekeeper. Do you want to go into it?
What?
Because this is your kind of your spiel.
Why am I going over the Gravekeeper?
It's for the stream, so people.
Well, they can figure it out.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
You gotta leave breadcrumbs.
There's
Yeah,
been
but
a,
like we talked like.
If anyone has
were you not
questions,
present
post it in chat.
Yeah,
I guess that's right.
were you
Leave
not
comments.
present last week?
Yeah, I mean.
There was
I
a
guess that's
whole
right.
interaction with it.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Plus,
I was saying like lore of the god, like he's.
I want to make a video that's an introduction. We're gonna leave that on the
Okay,
table.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
So for that, is there anything else that people want to do this night?
I want to ask the serpent. Basically, in my room, I'm gonna pull out a blade. And I'm gonna basically get into a prayer stance. And I basically just want to ask the serpent, basically just a repeat of, if I kill him with this blade, you will bring them back.
You don't get a response, but you feel an unnatural pull, and realize you know exactly what building Nidalim is in.
Fucking hell.
So your response is almost very much so. It seems to almost send you the location of Mutilim.
And meanwhile, Tika's in the kitchen. So you dwarf, show me how you do the poison thing again. No, all of it.
He
It's like this.
takes the vial and he's just like, you just pour some in. Then you start. He's like giving you the simplest instructions. He's very like clear cut with the way he cooks. There's no excitement, but there's definitely finesse.
I'm watching him like a hook the whole time.
Make an investigation check. I'm gonna see if you can actually pick up anything from this man.
So I can poison the packer later. To show him a good time. Oh no. This is appropriate for Tiku, but it's sad. It's very sad.
What is it?
Investigation?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
I thought you
No,
got.
2.
I was like, what?
Pretty
It's
close.
plus 0.
You're a little bit off put by how little excitement he seems to show for cooking. As you go through the night, what you learn.
I sneak in during the night like random monster shit. Like,
No, that works with your role because what you learn throughout the night is, despite what seems like
because
a very
like I feel
non-committal
like I
chef.
keep wanting to enhance his food, so like I keep adding shit.
So, this is what you discover from this night. As you continue to add into it, because you think you don't understand what he's doing, he doesn't seem to. What you learn is that he's, despite not seeming to show much excitement, he's meticulous. And
Yeah,
as
so
you
now
add
I'm
things, he notices like fast, and he starts to pick up on it. And so effectively, what you learn is this guy does enjoy cooking, but he enjoys it in a very serious manner. Like cooking it almost doesn't seem like a pastime to him. It's like quite literally to him, it's like his calling. It's like, no, you can't just have fun with it. You must do your best. You can't just mess around. There is a method
But
to
it's
this.
better. And then like one of them is absolutely terrible. Like, like I destroyed the whole
pin
thing.
precision. Every move, every moment is
Yeah, like to the
exact.
point, like he's got scales for like different amounts of spices. Rather than just being like, you put some spice on it, he'll like into a container, weigh it.
He even adjusts the temperature before he puts in certain ingredients to get those small, subtle differences.
A very meticulous chef.
Yeah, Tiku doesn't learn anything because she's not that way.
You go to sleep, or you want to do something?
I'm definitely doing something.
What do you want to do?
So I want to unequip my armor, and I want to cast Disguise Self, and I specifically want to be basically like as black of skin as possible. I don't know if I can actually like drow is like obviously the blackest I can think of, and I want to disguise self to have pitch black clothing, and I want to leave at midnight.
You sneak out.
Oh God.
Okay, I believe everybody else is just going. It would be going to rest. So, okay, for the sake of this,
Who normally sleeps with the Theron?
still.
I mean, no one here because we're in a manor. We all have our own
yeah.
So
rooms.
you're gonna make a stealth check, and you're gonna have advantage because of the.
She sneaks into someone's room
And you don't have disadvantage because you took off your armor.
Probably Terrence's is the biggest.
Probably there.
This is where only having +2 kind of sucks. 15.
15. Waiting until everyone goes out, though. You know, normally I would say that Gurgle would actually be able to catch you, but he's not here, so unfortunate. You're a sound sleeper tonight. Or he's just not here. That's actually better. He's just not at the manor. 'Cause that makes more
He's
sense.
in Ralpargan.
Yeah, he's rather than coming to the dinner and everything, he instead donned to
For
dine
context,
with
Ralpargan
donned
is
to dine, elected to dine with. You were not here at the beginning. I already explained that.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought you were watching the stream, Kayla.
I was, but I didn't.
Did you explain it on stream?
I don't know if you explained that on stream.
So
I'm pretty sure I have. Ralpargan is the criminal underground of Zoprikar.
I didn't remember that.
when he says underground, he means literal.
Yeah, the underground for Zoprikar is literally just under the city. The city's also sitting on effectively a mini plate,
Cavern.
tectonic plate. And the pillars that hold it up are what Ralpargan is built into. But yes, it is the criminal underground of Zoprikar. With that being the case, you sneak out. You go into the palace?
I am, however, I am now aware of the magical protections that Zephyr himself implemented, so I want to try and skirt those.
I apologize. Remind me of these magical protections.
Just basically having mages casting
Like
detect
there's
magic and
detect
stuff.
magic around, so people can tell if magic's coming in.
Basically
areas.
prevent people from sneaking in.
Oh, I must have missed when you said you did that.
Dispel magic.
Well, it was
no,
a while ago.
It was a while because I got mad because of all the people that snuck in with magic.
When we got attacked during the party.
Oh!
And then I pretty much reformed like their
Where
security
Zephyr
policies.
was
Yeah,
like,
sorry,
fuck you guys! Always have a wizard!
Sorry, I apologize. Yes, I
So
do
with
re- I
with
do
like all
remember now.
patrols and entryways to like high security areas, there's supposed to be like wizards and stuff, or at least some kind of magical detection.
Indeed. Okay, so you are able to sneak out of you are able to sneak out of the manor and make your way to the castle itself.
I want to make my way towards a wooden building on the opposite side of where Mutilum is.
Okay. It's not terribly hard. All wooden building wouldn't be a thing. All buildings in Zoprakar are made out of stone. There's lava around. Wood buildings would catch fire.
I thought is there lava inside the palace?
There's lava all throughout it. Literally, Zoprakar is built into a volcanic mountain range to the point that in order to make way for Zoprakar, they leveled some of the volcanoes.
Oh, okay.
And that's part of why the rivers are still able to be fully active. Zoprakar is quite literally over an active volcano of sorts.
Fair enough. In that case, I will not go. I will just try and make my way towards Mutilum.
Okay. So as you come to the castle gate, you have 15. And then we'd have one more due to do 2 extra precautions. What'd you get in your stealth check again?
15.
I'm actually going to write that down because this might be applicable. As you come to the castle gate, and you're kind of a little bit sketched on how you might be able to get past this guard. As you go up to him, the guy's eyes are glazed over. The gate's unlocked.
So you can let in.
God fucking damn it. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping I'd get caught.
Keep going.
Also, just in case you were curious, as you're a little bit curious and you kind of like come up closer to him, you realize not only is his eyes glossed over, where his pupils are almost seem to look more serpent-like. It is almost it's not as much he is like hypnotized as you notice when you get a little bit closer, is he seems to like look to you and opens the gate.
Why is this going so well? I continue on.
Okay. As you seeming like very clearly and obvious to you, you make your way easily through the palace to the point that when you get to the lift, again, you find another individual whose eyes seem glossed over, serpent-like pupils.
Yes.
Yeah, serpent-like pupils. I was trying to think between iris and pupil. Takes you up a lift. In fact, this would be taking you to the third. It'd be the effectively third story. Takes you to one of the rooms. This is a guest chamber, as we are at midnight.
Say a gas chamber?
Guest.
Yes. Okay.
No, not gas. Guest chamber. As he takes you to the guest chamber, the door is currently guarded, or would be normally currently guarded. There's an unconscious guard who is currently slumped, sitting at the door. As you get a little bit closer to him, you're not sure if he's alive. But the guard stays at the lift, kind of just effectively seems to just be waiting for you as you kind of like look down to the courtyard. You can see there's still guards out and about. It again seems very very nice that you're making your way through this undetected, but no one even seems to catch a hint of you.
I will gently open the door and slip inside.
As you open the door, you notice that pretty clearly the lock has been picked. As you push the door open, you enter on the top floor of this guest room. So it is you come on to just an immediate balcony that has a staircase on the right side, and it's just a balcony overlooking what is a bedroom.
Okay. I want to add a little atmosphere to this. I feel like during this whole time he's hearing whispers.
I would say that, or in this case, I think it would almost be more of
like calling him to go.
It'd be like a combination of like hissed whispers.
Yeah. That's
Think,
what
it's funnily enough, think when snakes talk to Harry Potter.
Yeah.
You hear like the sound of that almost.
Exactly what you're talking about, but I think I've seen a clip.
Oh, true. Sorry, what did you say?
I was just saying I haven't actually seen Harry Potter, but I'm pretty sure I know what you're
Oh,
talking
that
about.
just canceled it. That was unfortunate.
That's
That's not what I wanted.
I ain't gonna lie, with how easy this is kind of making me not want to do it.
Oh, you threw me off. I should have been better at this before. I'll get good at this, I promise. But as you come onto that balcony and you find yourself just kind of like walking over to the edge of the balcony, so a couple things you notice. First of which, this is the first time you notice as you step to the balcony, it being much more quiet. You hear like almost like something sticking, and you turn around and you notice you've been leaving footprints. They disappear after a moment, but your footprints are effectively wet. It's almost like you had just come out of the water and you've been making tracks, but they seem to dissipate after a moment. Looking down in the room itself, there's a dresser off to the side. There's a larger, still, one might say a princely bed. And you see a familiar pale dwarf. He is actually sitting up on his bed, just seemingly looking forward. And as you look back and see your footsteps, and then you look back again, you just hear him say, "Didn't play out exactly like I thought."
So I'm above him on a balcony?
Mm-hmm. So the door into this bedroom is effectively coming into the balcony, and it's just a small balcony with a staircase that goes down into the bedroom itself.
I'll start walking down the stairs, keeping an eye out for like tripwires, traps of any kind.
As you start to walk throughout it, as you make your way in, go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception is an 18.
18. Doesn't seem to be any, as far as you can tell, no traps. And as soon as you get to the bottom of the stairs and you kind of look over towards Mutilim, he looks over to you. He actually seems quite calm. Last time you saw Mutilim was in the throne room when he was disinherited, and he was very much so frantic in his approach or in his person, and with the events that were going on, feeling slightly betrayed because he technically was. But as he kind of like looks over to you, he actually just gestures his hand out, and there's a chair that's currently just been basically set up to the bedside. You'd assume this is where Omerton had been sitting whenever he came and talked to him.
As I'm walking down the stairs, I do want to activate my eye. Basically, the blue glow will envelop the room, and I just want to glance around.
Okay. As you look around for a moment, Omerton has that same kind of like life. Sorry, he has that same kind of life essence, and as you kind of like quickly look around, and then you do see something. There's something in the top left corner.
A scrying orb?
A serpent eye.
But it is a scrying.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to step up to the chair, and I'm going to put a foot up on the chair, similar like a pirate, just leaning against the chair. I'm going to pull out some dust, and I'm going to spread it around the room, the 30 feet, no sound barrier dust.
As you spread the dust, he kind of just like looks up, and now being a little bit closer, you notice that this is an even more frail Mutilim. His skin is tight, where you can see the tendons coming down from his neck. You can actually see the bone on his wrists. It's almost like an extremely malnourished individual, but it's obvious. It's apparent that this isn't a lack of like food or anything like that. It seems that whatever his condition is either worsening or it is further along. Exactly what's causing it, you're not 100% sure, but it gives you the feel of malnourishment.
That is my last use of the dust, by the way.
Okay. And as he kind of like looks up at the dust, he says, I'm not sure how necessary it was.
So, why the fuck do you seem ready to die?
Why do you live?
Because it's my choice and my right to.
I lived for my family.
Your family's still alive, as far as I can tell. You've only lost one brother. Assuming the royalty of Zabrikar is the family you're referring to.
Yes, of course.
You know your own brother doesn't believe your sincerity, that you are who you say you are.
That's why I ask, why do you live? I had a reason to live. I don't know if I have the reason anymore.
I am inciting him with my soul check
Go for it.
thing, but yeah. I don't remember. Does that give me advantage?
For
Basically, I
this,
can
yes, it
literally
would.
see
Yes,
their
it
soul.
would.
20, natural 20. 22.
And he doesn't seem to be lying. Man very much so seems like he's given up. He legitimately looks like someone who's lost their reason to live.
So this is how the great Mutilim falls, is it?
It's better than tripping.
It's better than what?
Tripping.
Fair enough.
As he kind of like looks at his arms and he says, with my luck, how I am now, I can see it ending that way. That's why they don't let me leave. And he just kind of like looks up at the balcony. And from him looking at the balcony, you get the impression he hasn't left this room in a while. And he again looks over to it and he says, "Well, hold on to your reason to live."
I plan to. Truthfully, it's the reason why I'm here today. For my family. Your death will bring them back. So for that, I thank you.
He just kind of nods and he says, "At least I can do one more thing, right?" And again, now he's just kind of like looking forward.
I wasn't actually planning on doing this, but fuck, now you've pulled at my heartstrings. Any last requests? Any dying wishes?
He kind of like looks forward and he says, "I think Dalaran might do something rash. If it so happens, I'd ask that you spare my brothers.
Don't listen.
They're good boys. They always have been."
Well, as far as I can tell, no one's even noticed my presence, so they shouldn't suspect me.
Well, hopefully my request is unneeded then.
Hopefully.
Make a checklist.
No checklist. Chill.
Well, if that is everything, for what it's worth, they'd respected you, and they still respect you.
That actually makes him smile. He doesn't say anything. He just gets a wide smile across his face.
And I'm going to grab him by the shoulder and just summon the blade.
Okay. It's very in a almost immediate style fashion as he gets stabbed, his smile like stays, and then he just slouches over the blade. As you pull the blade out, in a similar fashion to how you control water around the blade, as you pull the blade out and just the wound seems to, and the blood from the cut seems to and swirl onto the blade. Your blade itself, the design, with the, I believe, blue and green, right? Remember correctly?
It's blue with a gold hilt.
Blue the
Or,
gold.
well, that was my original blade. I don't actually know what the new one looks like.
It adopted to be the same. So as soon as you picked up a new blade, it effectively the magic nature of your runic blade overtook
It's basically the blade has a teal hint to it, so I guess blue and green with a gold hilt because it was a pirate scimitar.
As you pull it out and the blood seems to, there's a line down the center of the blade that just shink in red.
Yes.
Is as soon as you actually pull the blade out, So what would have been doing whispers? I was gonna put whispers on, but I figured that was fun for you to do. The whispers seem to almost just immediately die, and then you hear in like the clearest you've heard in really any time you've actually heard the voice. Finally, well done, well done.
So, this is where you say that you've tricked me this entire time and can't actually bring them back, is it?
Oh, no. No. I've retrieved the blades. Their souls, really an easy matter. I can free their souls, collect their bodies, bring them to the sea, specifically the cove. That is where you will find me, outside the island.
Are you referring to the southern island or the western island?
Both?
Well, because there's the serpents that is directly west.
Yes. I actually think I have my map up too. So,
Serpents Rest and
up, down.
Okay.
Yes. And he's talking about in that cove.
Okay.
This is,
That's what I figured, because my blade was just pointing me to the Forbidden Isle is the only reason. So
you will find me there. I will have the means already. Just bring their bodies and I'll bring them back. Feel free to invite your friends. Also, enjoy the new gift. Seems to go quiet.
glance down at the blade, but I'm not magically inclined, so I will glance down at Almerton, and I'll reach a hand forward and close his eyes for him. I'll actually pick him up and actually, like, because he was sitting on the bed, I'll actually just move him directly on the bed so he's comfortable.
Okay. So he was pale before. All coloration in his skin is just like gone. He is just white as a ghost now. With that being the case,
And I'll just unsummon the blade and walk out.
'Kay.
Unless I see something.
you are going to see something. Before you see something, though, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Is the serpent's eye still up in the corner as well?
No, the serpent's eye disappeared when it said, feel free to bring your friends.
19.
19. Okay. As you exit out of the room, you kind of like look to the lift. And you go back to the lift. You said you're just planning to go back to the manor, yeah?
Just in case, I actually want to exit the manor or exit the palace by basically moving to a higher elevation and basically jumping off and then misty stepping outside of the walls so that way I cannot be seen as I'm exiting in case the serpent's influence is gone.
Okay. As you, so worth noting, you can still do that if you choose to. As soon as you exit out and you kind of like look over, the individual with the serpent eye is still on the lift, for what that's worth.
I'm just saying, with Mutalim's warning, I'd rather not break it.
Okay. So as you jump off and you blink over, you start to make your way back. You kind of like look back to the fence, and the dwarven guard that was standing there is collapsed on the floor. But yes, with that,
I don't actually want to go back to Manor. I'm just going to walk the rest of the night. I'm going to move to the complete opposite side of the city, take back on my visage, and I'm going to... That makes it seem like I'm trying to get an alibi. I'll just be walking, just normally, just throughout the city.
okay. Where did Kayla go?
The restroom?
Terry is going to sneak out of his room down to the kitchens and is going to steal wheels of cheese and loaves of bread
Tiku's down there.
to bring back to his room.
There would actually still be servants awake, and what would be stealing is instead given to you.
You're like, Terrence you're just like, take it, like, trying to hide it. They're like,
They bring you more.
I leave sticks in their place.
They seem very confused, and much to your satisfaction, the confused servants, as you collect these different items of food, collect the sticks that you place. cleaning them up as they're confused while you're just leaving sticks everywhere.
Apparently, Kayla's listening. She's using the bathroom though.
But yes, you are given food, but you replace it with sticks, and you are under the impression that you have made a successful transaction. With that, everyone gets a long rest except for you. Whoop.
Oh, my brain's just trying to think of all the. It's like what?
Back to that.
Ramifications
Okay.
of my stupidity.
So,
if you know it's stupid, why'd you do it?
so you wake up the next morning. What are you doing today?
Wondering why I have such a migraine.
You're planning to. So specifically, are you planning to immediately leave? Are you preparing for your journey? Like, what's the day plan?
Let's see here. Talk to them. Set all that up. Restaurants in motion. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, actually, I think I'm just. At least for me, I'm just. I think we did want to hit up a magic shop. That was the initial intent.
So, quick
then-
reminder: you guys
and-
figured this out before. Zobrikar doesn't have a magic shop. They have a magically inclined shop where you can order, you can make requests, and
Well,
they can.
we
they
have
make
lots of money. Is ultimately
I'd
what I'm
like to
saying.
go to the Cathedral of
Kalimvor.
Kellamvor. Because Clyder's my best friend. I think I can pick up some healing potions.
Razu accompanies him. Razu, you're gonna accompany Terrence to visit the Church of.
You also need to
Kellamvor.
get up, dude. You want a way to not be included in the next campaign? That's it.
Well, I've done that in the past when someone's doing a solo thing.
Investigations.
But after that, in general, Zephyr's thing is just to try to just prep for the journey over to Hethelburn.
Okay. How soon are you trying to leave? Are you trying to okay, everybody, quickly prepare. We're gonna head out this afternoon.
At least tomorrow morning, if not tonight. So it kind of depends on everyone else. Zephyr's intent is either tonight or tomorrow morning. Everyone else can make a decision between those two.
What is the intent of? What does everyone want to do to prepare? So you want to go try and accrue or get some healing potions from the Temple of Kalimvor. Is there any other preparation that anyone's looking to do? Also, Paul, if you're still in here, is there anything you want to prepare before you guys leave?
Is there anything word coming back from the guild on the potions?
They're researching it. They do not have the ability to make any of the ones that you had listed to me offhand.
You're like, this shit exists? What?
During the day, as I don't actually want to ask for Zephyr's help, can I try and figure out what changed with the sword? Either via an Arcana check or
Oh,
something.
you know it's magical. Arcana is more so your arcane knowledge.
You just said that when it comes to my own magic, I have proficiency in
Has
Arcana.
word gotten
so-
out about the deed?
Yeah, but that's what do you know about it?
I mean, isn't that what I'm trying to figure out? What I know
No,
about the
you'd be
sword?
learning stuff because you don't know what it is. I'd let you make an investigation check, 'cause that's what it would be. Because you'd be investigating, trying to figure out what this new stuff is.
15.
15? You probably already guessed this, but it's an enhancement of some kind. That's all you're able to really tell. You don't know exactly what it does.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't want to ask Zephyr just yet.
Okay, so it sounds like it's just potions, which if that was the case, you guys could probably leave by the afternoon if you wanted to do that.
Has word gotten out at all?
You haven't heard anything.
Okay.
I mean, what else do we get other than potions or maybe spell scrolls? But
Get some mounts ready.
wyverns?
They should be right
No,
outside
we
the
don't.
mountain.
I don't think we want to fly. I think that's how we die.
Can we fly? I guess that's fair. The only
We
other
fly
thing would be
low.
the salamanders. Those would be able to traverse cross country.
But they can't survive
Also
in those
depends on
kind of
how you want to
climates.
travel. Because you guys, so again,
We
you
want-
have
well,
carriages and horses.
We want to be.
We're
like,
going
actu-
off
I
on-
actually think we kind of need to go in like slight disguises. Even.
Slight disguises?
Yeah, like just like ride with hoods.
Why does that matter? Why?
There's a god above us.
Yeah, and hoods ain't gonna do shit against a god.
It might make us less, you know. If it recognizes me, we're getting shot by lightning.
Why wouldn't we just ride low
And
then?
hoods ain't gonna do shit.
Again,
might.
gods are not
Omnipotent.
or all-knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only way that a god would know, Zephyr would be right. Think of it.
So hoods. That's it.
Just-
So quite literally,
I
think
just-
of it like
a
this. This
slight
seems, this
disguise
sounds
to
kind of
look
this
like-
sounds kind of like goofy, but the way that a god would typically view, at least my version of these, the way that they would view the world is quite literally almost like think that they're like looking from a high place and can perfectly see everything. So they can see everything below them. If they see an individual walking in the hood, they would see it. If they were to focus on it, yeah, 100%, they're going to be able to figure out what you are.
We just don't want eyes on us.
But it's like if you look at a picture of 100 people and you know one of them, and they're just themselves, could you be like, oh, I know that person?
And
What if they were like wearing a hood or something? At most, you'd be like, oh, that person's wearing a hood.
we should just
So
wear
that
some,
would be the idea behind it.
Fair enough.
ideally we should wear some commoner clothing, and we should
Raincoats.
see if we can catch a traveling merchant on the way down.
Tiku doesn't
Couldn't
do
we just
commoners.
fly
You
low?
would know that that would be a
This
little bit
sounds
harder.
like a
Not as
crime,
many
guys.
merchants actually make their way to Heatherburn.
If
Most
we-
of the time,
if we have to
Heatherburn
pay
sends
one.
people out to
Especially
get
during
stuff.
the
If
storm.
we have to pay
Guys,
one.
Guys,
That you
guys,
could do.
hold on. This sounds like a crime. Are we doing banditry?
No. What if anything? We're acting as guards for the
At
person.
around
while
10,
we're there.
I would make my way back.
So we're not ambushing the merchant.
No.
10
we're
a.m.?
Paying the merchant to escort us down to Heffelburn.
I mean,
Wait, we're paying the merchant?
yes.
Why wouldn't
For
we
what it's worth,
just
that
fly
might-
low and then get off the
just because
wyvern?
you would make note of this then, based on what he just said. When you wake up in the morning, Satherin would not be there. And he would not arrive back at the manor until 10.
He's been kidnapped.
I wouldn't actually say you
prob-
even notice.
He's probably just out thinking.
You probably wouldn't care, even if you did notice. So I would say it's probably not something you pay attention to. The only reason I'm even saying you notice
Yeah.
is because you talked to him and something seemed off the day before.
Mhm.
So then not seeing him the next morning would be,
Red flag.
yeah, that'd be like
I-
well, that's weird.
Yeah, it's weird, but
Um,
I'd probably chalk it up like, you know, he's got a lot on his mind. He's probably just working
That
through
is
stuff.
fair. He comes back at 10 though. So if you wanted to talk to him about that,
Breakfast
I
is
got
ready.
also consume.
Oh,
the
sweet.
Before
essence
then.
of the Raven-
Before then.
I'm gonna eat some
As
breakfast.
that's basically alcohol, as far as I was aware
I make
of
a
what
note.
it did.
oh, it's more than
We
alcohol.
need to hot
Make a wisdom saving throw.
So Tiku is understanding we're
Well,
going
I mean,
underwater.
And we may need to.
You can choose to fail it.
Do we have like water breathing
For
or
the
something?
merchant?
Because Tiku can't
already
breathe
drank it, didn't she?
underwater.
She made a wisdom
Figure it
saving
out
throw.
when we get there.
Is
Tico.
this-
I don't
I'm
like water.
I'll still roll.
Tico, it'll be okay.
14.
Wait,
Not
is the
perfect.
merchant gonna bring us underwater?
No, the merchant's just going to give us a
The poison water
ride
wasn't so bad.
to the town.
Kind of
Do
tingly.
you want to actually like acquire supplies and basically
like,
bring
being in
supplies to
storms
Heatherburn?
suck.
Yeah.
So rather
Usually
than
'cause
doing
there's
like a
big
trade thing,
dragons.
so you would know Heatherburn does not have much to trade. It is
So I'm gonna kill two birds one stone thing here. I'm going to buy things for the city, and effectively the merchant's just gonna drop off the goods there.
He
as a
is hiring
by the way,
a merchant to
gift
play
to
Uber.
my family.
Oh,
okay.
by the
Are
way,
you gonna? Are you?
Sorry.
This is just applicable for how you become known as a lord. Is that going to be pulled out of the funds of your district? Are you guys paying for it?
Oh yeah, we'll pay for it for sure.
Okay. Well, this is just how much
was gonna
goods
say,
do
our
you want
district's
to
already
buy
negative.
worth? Because so
I will buy
for a village worth, you could get like a week's worth of for the entire village for like I'd say 200 gold.
Well, they're in a storm, right? So bring like. This is out of.
This is
not
effectively
Tiku,
you
but,
tell me what kind of merchandise you want to get, and I can tell you what kind of gold cost you're looking at.
They're in a storm, so water, fresh water.
water. But
Dude, during
Fresh
hurricanes,
water. This is
that's
Talos
a totally
rain.
thing.
yeah, I don't know if that matters. But
No,
I'm
like I'm
just
thinking like
saying, if he's
hurricane
it's just
type
it's
stuff.
like
but,
rains acid.
I'm
Well,
just saying.
medical
If he's
supplies.
anti-Riveron and followers of Riveron drink Talos water, I don't know. I'm not in this world.
Are we cool with doing 200 gold to my
Non-perishable
Count?
foods.
Are we okay with that? Is that fine?
Extra
That's fine.
battery.
I just
Water,
know
medicine,
that Tiku's holding my money.
non-perishable
so
foods,
I don't actually remember how much money
blankets,
200 gold.
extra candles.
wood, extra like wood and
I have.
stuff.
Actually, raincoats would be your perfect disguise because we're entering a storm.
Raincoats.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
over.
yeah.
Umbrellas.
Generally, yeah, like it kind of was.
Yeah,
going for.
I
That'd be your
Like-
idea with like the hoods. They'd be more of like
They're
coats.
Raincoats,
but
yeah.
they're like.
But,
I was just
um,
saying that like it makes total sense because I was thinking like a group of hooded figures. Oh yeah, look. But if it's in a rainstorm,
Yeah.
But yeah, probably hire
So
like
was
medical
I able
supplies.
to
and-
procure some healing potions?
Oh yeah. So apologies. So you two were doing that together. I kind of combined that with going to the Alchemist Guild, by the way. So what we're gonna do for this, you both are gonna roll individual persuasion rolls,
Bring
or you
clothes.
can choose to make it a religion. Actually, for you, it has to be religion. I
You
think
said
that-
I'm not
Some
allowed to
toys
use
for
can't
kids.
get recall and stuff like this, right?
Clothes and
Correct.
toys are not as big, but yeah. I guess.
some toys, some.
Perfectly water and
15.
medicine is more.
High
important,
rollers,
but yeah.
boys.
Yeah, I bring.
You
we,
roll a
we bring
D4,
those,
bring all of
but
that?
we
Six.
also bring some
Yeah.
fun things.
Okay, okay.
Uncle Zephyr has to bribe the children for love.
Oh,
He hasn't been in the city for years now.
I see. I see.
From
It
the
has been,
Alchemist
like,
Guild,
5
you're able
years.
to convince them / based on the work they did, you're able to get 2 greater healing potions. You get 1 basic potion.
Little Jessica.
They don't have that much.
Little Jessica.
Kalimvor,
probably
to be fair, this actually lines
is
up
mad
with
at
what
me right now.
What Kalimvor's been doing, and Kleider and everyone, is they've been working to make sure that like they're helping different villages and everything like that.
Or lightning.
So it's not that they don't give you as much, it's that the speaking with you, they basically explain to you the uses for these different potions, but they do still want to make sure they send you with something. So they are able to give you the 1 basic healing
Did
potion.
we get growth potions from like Dalaran before we set out, or
No,
did we get
you-
them at Gongili?
No, you got them from. I suddenly can't remember his name. You guys killed him. Previous alchemist.
Terrell.
Terrell?
Terrell is the one who made
So
them.
Terrell died with. Okay.
Terrell knew how to make them. Had
Does-
not taught someone else how to make them,
Breaking-
and you guys killed him.
Breaking.
So the potions that you had were made by him.
And then also with the
Really
request
quick.
to health, it wasn't actually for the health, but it was like I'd have like a note attached to it that blood hunters might have a weakness to disease curing effects.
Okay.
So that is like the kind of thing. It's not specifically health; it's disease curing effects.
So real quick to give you concept as well, and to be fair, this is something I've done bad with in the past. When I say they don't have it, I'm not saying they've failed. You're giving them an assignment that could take days, depending on how close the research is. They might be able to find Terrell's notes, or you could quite literally be giving them an assignment that's going to take them months of research to figure out.
Years. My point is, the health wasn't actually specifically me saying like
Yeah, I got what you're
research
saying.
health potion. I'm saying research a disease curing thing that we could run tests on blood hunters to see what disease curing things have effects on blood hunters.
Okay.
And this is something I actually already told Dalaran when he gets back to city to communicate.
You told
with
him, so I actually have it in my notes. You told him when you guys met with him right outside of the Dryson Woods, and he hadn't gone back to the city yet.
Yeah, that was.
And then you're like, or if we get there first. And he was like, we're definitely getting there first. That's literally how that conversation went. What's up, Tiku?
This is just to break character a little bit, but to speed things along. One, do they have any lightning or thunder resist potions? Can we get as many of those as possible?
Those they would have. So again, they do have your typical things. I'll let you
forgot
roll
about
for this, though.
Is that for to deal with Talos or Zephyr?
Yes. And then the other thing
Both
we
of you
probably
roll a
want
D10.
is anything that's like water breathing or anything like that in case we end
I
up in
have
a
water
weird.
breathing.
Yeah, just in case someone ends up
Roll a d10,
in a
Caleb.
weird
It'll last
situation.
for 24 hours.
True, but like someone can get dispel magic or like
can
Zephyr
die
can
in
get
the next
put in
It's fine.
Yeah, like it could be any.
Water breathing potions are easy enough to make that they can just make you as many as you want. It does not take long. It is a simple
We'll just
enhancement.
get one
that
for everybody, just so
effectively,
everybody
it's
can
someone
have it
that
on.
knows how to cast
Or-
a spell and is an alchemist.
Or we could come across someone.
Harry
who's-
Potter.
we
You
need
eat
to
eel,
save
you
and
get
give
gills
one,
for
right?
24
Like,
hours.
Kind of, except for it's more of like drink this drink.
I was just informing you of my capabilities.
They have 8 thunder resist potions that you could buy.
And
5.
we're out of 5.
5 lightning.
Okay.
200 gold a
Wait,
pop.
is thunder and lightning different?
Yes. Thunder is
Due to the
sound.
relationship you guys have with the Alchemy Guild,
No,
I
I'm
would say
saying,
you
is there
could cut
like
it down to
thunder damage and
175.
lightning damage?
Thunder
each
is
one
sound
purchase.
damage. Lightning is being electrocuted. Like
Okay,
thunder is literally like a sonic
how many
boom
we
slamming
buying?
into your ears.
Thunder is literally just sound. It's effectively sound damage.
Yeah, it's like
Weird.
sonic damage.
I
Basically.
didn't know thunder and lightning
So
were
you can
different
actually-
kinds of damage
you
in
can-
D&D specifically. I knew
You
there
can
were different
click
things in real life.
defenses
Now
But
you know.
and click customize, and it will show you every single damage type.
click
Cool.
customize.
We can figure out mechanics later. What you say?
How
And how many of them are you buying?
All 8
All 8 and all 4, or is it
and all
5?
4. So 12.
What did you roll 5 or 4? I apologize. Tree.
He rolled.
He rolled a 5.
So you'd be told you're talking about a total of 13. So it'd be 13 times 175 if you wanted to purchase all of them, and that is at a discounted rate because of the relationship you guys already have.
What if like
2,275 gold.
We have
So 202 platinum.
227.
227 platinum.
we
227 platinum.
we only have what would that be 100 or
are
yeah,
we
107
collecting
platinum.
all our money on one person?
So we can only get half that?
I'm pretty sure Tiku's the bank currently.
No. Definitely.
I have it because the
You can still exchange gems.
I
if-
was just
if
saying
you
because
wish
all
to
my
contribute
money
to
is
this.
on you.
My point was like
think all the
just
money's
as a
on me.
party,
Yeah, I was saying.
just
all
for
my money.
convenience sake, should we pool money?
Oh, yeah.
That's the whole point.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Then I have 3,737 gold.
No.
I mean,
So
You
you,
get-
as a player,
Do you guys
get
want to?
choose
Do you guys want
You
to
can
purchase
choose
all of them
if
and
you
just?
want to pool
if
or
you
not.
want to share your money with everyone or keep it to yourself.
The real answer is even if you did, you just be like, yo,
Yeah,
I
I
want to
want
buy
this.
this.
Yeah,
this could
yeah,
come
yeah.
out of my
If
cut,
you-
so you don't have to buy me a resistance potion or something. But it's like, for convenience sake, we should just pull money.
Yeah,
in my
yeah,
opinion.
Probably.
Every
I
D&D
agree.
party always just pulls.
Yeah,
money.
we
I've
normally
never played
have a
anyone that doesn't.
treasurer, and they
You-
just pull. They just have all the money.
you-
Yeah.
you put
Eventually,
it-
you get to a point of
whoever's
trust.
holding the the bag of holding effectively.
Usually has all the money. Yeah.
So do you want to do that?
Terry still doesn't quite know how
3,737
money
stop.
works.
So
What was
you
that?
said 3,000. So don't do this, Tree. Wait, 3,000 what?
700 something.
37.
37.
Oh, I was just gonna say you could add
3737.
1462.
Just add 14.
Oh, add 1462.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's the
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
So if you
Columbus
add
sailed the ocean
1462, then you can add the 13 potions.
Okay, everybody add a thunder. Everybody that's here, add a thunder and lightning resistance.
The water breathing potions last for 24 hours. They're just like that spell. They're 10 gold apiece. And again, those ones they can literally make for you. It takes them like an hour. Thunder and lightning, yes.
Lightning resist, yeah. Everybody add thunder and lightning resist. You might want to give yours to Gurgle, but that's the only thing.
Money.
Money.
Potion.
Oh,
We bought them.
all I heard was add ourselves resistance.
Oh, thunder. Sorry, thunder. and
Yeah, we
lightning
get permanent
potions.
thunder and lightning resistance. Easy dubs.
I guess I'll. Who wants to add? Who wants to carry the extras?
I'm already carrying a bunch of extra potions, so probably not me.
I'd probably carry it just because I'm an alchemist.
Well, it's who's going to be able to use it in battle.
It's basically like if I am
if I need
chugging
to
a thunder
give it to
potion and then I
someone.
get dispelled, I need to chug another one.
or I need to give it to someone.
Yeah. It's basically you are taking the
gonna be
responsibility.
Me or
of those
Terrence
potions.
because we're the tanks.
Terrence is the fastest.
Terrence
So
is
really
by
probably
By a
Terrence.
landslide. It's not close.
But
He has
will
boots of speed, it
Terrence
can't be close.
break in
So-
combat
so I get
character-wise to go and feed it to somebody?
This guy will.
You will? Okay. You carry,
Because I already do that with healing.
you carry the extras then.
Zephyr is definitely the medic.
Then he'll just carry
So
all
you
the
have
shit. He gets the
two-
money.
And I
He
can
gets
teleport
potions.
around the map if I need to.
True.
He does
You
have the
have
bag of holding.
3
Exactly.
lightnings then.
Okay.
3 thunder. We had
No,
8 thunder, 5 lightning.
No. We had 8 lightning.
No.
3 thunder. 5 thunder. Yeah, I rolled a lightning. I rolled the lightning. He rolled the thunder.
I have not yet.
I know.
So
Kurt
wouldn't
left.
could've
one
sworn
party
Zephyr
member
was
not
lightning
get
because he's
thunder?
lightning, but fair enough.
I rolled. He
So
had
then
to roll the
one
lightning.
person
She gave me a
would-
blue dice for it.
So Zephyr would have 3 lightning, and one person wouldn't get thunder.
One person
Gurgle
doesn't
does
get
not
thunder.
get the
yeah.
thunder because he's not here.
Right now, that's how we're doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't here in
Okay.
Valparaiso, and we
I
already
put-
figured all the stuff out.
I put the lightning in the amulet. So,
The extra lightnings, you mean?
yeah.
Okay. And then how many water breathings do we want?
10 gold a pop,
I mean, at least 2 sets then.
so 2.
Like two full rounds for all of this, right?
Do you want 2 full rounds? Well, he
That'd
can
be-
cast water breathing.
That's true.
We just want it for like backup. And
So
if we need
okay,
to
so
feed it
1
to
for
him.
everyone. Then.
Emergency use backup.
Yeah.
1 for everyone.
I don't need one at all. I can just breathe water permanently.
Also,
Well, but you might, unless you want to give it to someone.
what I was
though.
talking about, right?
Okay,
I mean,
so we
that's
just
fair.
need
Did
Did you
5.
say my brother?
So
I'm
I'm
just
so-
saying that
so-
I-
Okay,
100
5. We'll
gold.
give
Or 50
5.
gold. 50 gold.
We'll do 50 gold
Was the
and
brother
do 5.
also?
He
at
never
the
even
docks?
mentioned your brother.
Okay,
He only mentioned your sister.
we're removing 50 gold for 5 of them. So,
So everybody
everyone
also,
is
except
still
for you,
sit
add a
down.
water breathing potion.
Well, I apologize, they
MIA.
do not last
Gurgle
24 hours. They last
and
for 1 hour.
a
Water breathing?
lightning
they're literally an
resistance
item, and they last
potion
for 1
and
hour.
a water breathing potion.
I apologize.
How many water breathing potions? Should we only
Just
get
get
like
one.
1 each?
Yeah,
you saw
he can
Paul's
cast
message,
it, so
right?
we're just having
Again,
backup.
did you hear me?
What?
I apologize. They last for 1 hour.
The water breathing
What?
potions?
Yes. They're
Oh.
literally an item in D&D, and they last for 1 hour.
Okay.
Did
I
you
was
read Paul's message?
That's fine.
Commissions armor for.
It's
Gurgle.
for backup emergencies anyway, so
Yeah.
it should be fine.
So you can commission the armor.
Towards
You could have
strength.
scale mail.
Okay,
You have
is there anything we need
even
else
still,
if we're
it's
going into an
scale mail's medium
underwater freedom
Well,
of
if
movement?
you guys are leaving the same day, you wouldn't be able to
Alright,
do
is
that. If
there
you're commissioning
anything we can
armor,
buy
you're
with-
pushing out leaving like 3 or 4 days.
Is there anything we can buy for freedom,
Or-
like with freedom of movement? Potion or armor, or necklace
That would be a scroll.
or scroll?
We,
Like, I
we,
think
we can
that's
pick it
literally
up on
a spell.
our way
Yeah,
up to
freedom of
Zinderhold.
movement is a spell.
So you could purchase a few spell scrolls. Here, let me double check this. Right, this works. Sorry.
Because
what
if
was
we're
it?
underwater, I just feel like some of us are gonna get wrecked
I
in the
think
water.
water breathing gives you maneuverability underwater, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Well, so he'll commission the armor, and then we'll pick it up on the way up to Zinderhold after we're done with Hethelburn.
That'll work. Yeah, you could definitely commission the armor and then pick it up on the way to Zinnerhold.
Oh, nope, I am
More
incorrect.
for when we get back. Okay, yeah, you can definitely do that.
Yeah. it's
Ring
like
of
a-
swimming is probably what you're looking for. That'd be much
Ring of
cheaper.
Swimming would be an
Ring
item
of
if you were to purchase an
Swimming.
item.
Is there any rings of swimming?
There's also the
No, we're just gonna roll for this
gloves
because rings. That's an
of
item that I
water.
could see even the magic shop happening because it's fairly wide use. Actually, I'll let you roll for it. Roll me a percentage.
I don't want to shoot us in the foot, but we are on a volcano.
There's also gloves
And
of
it doesn't even require attunements.
But you know,
there's also gloves of
What do you want me
swimming
to roll?
and climbing.
It'd be a percentage die to see if they have the ring. I can just tell you that you can get the scrolls.
well, I hope we can get the rings.
Gloves of swimming and climbing are actually better than the ring of swimming. Just FYI.
Or that. So we'll roll. Why is there not another night? Whatever. Let's roll.
They're uncommon items. They give you +5 bonus to strength checks to climb or swim.
61.
And
61.
you can swim for free.
What did I do?
Ring of Swim gives you 40 feet of movement while swimming, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's what I did.
the +5 bonus to strength athletics check to swim is actually kind of good if you're trying to swim against currents or anything, which you almost
Maybe.
guaranteed are in an ocean.
He wants armor commissioned.
You said 62?
Yeah, probably, or 61. I don't remember.
She said 61. Yeah.
60 was the marker.
I was like, one of those two, yes. 4? How much are they?
They are 150 gold apiece. This seems off. Give me a second.
Have
They're uncommon
are you bringing up the other list?
I'm going to it. I'm going to it. Give me a second.
I'm curious what the prices are at.
Discord.
Gloves of swimming and climbing?
So there's a
like
there's
a
a website where
demand,
someone's gone through
like and
figured
went
out
through
what,
all
like,
the magic items and
what,
like based
what
on
the supply and
demand.
demand would be for.
I like this much
an
more.
item.
They're 300 gold apiece.
Is it the supply and demand one that he sent you?
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. Ring of Swimming, I feel like would have higher demand than that for 100.
It's like
So there's 4. How much money do we have?
the
So if you want 4, it's
We have
1,200 gold.
the encounter's like endless water because of the fact that you can just make endless fresh water is super high demand, even though it's technically not that rare of an item.
Can the alchemy jug do that?
Not the same.
Alchemy
want-
jugs are also
you want
It's
to purchase
limited,
those.
and it's also limited. What?
We can discuss the value of things. Do you want to purchase the 4 rings for 1,200 gold?
How much would the gloves of swimming timing be?
They don't have them.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
that's a little more specific.
I mean,
Well, it's also a wondrous item.
Oh.
Very different from your basic item.
I would like. Okay, wait. Minimum, I need 1, and
You definitely need one.
So as a quick reminder, obviously it's
Mostly
yours. You can do what you
I
want
need
with
one.
it. You can exchange gems
And,
for gold
sit-
costs.
sit
Your
there and
basic
need
rule
one,
of thumb formula
probably.
is a 20%
Oh no,
uptick.
no, you can just swim, huh?
So if it's 100 gold,
What?
you'd have to give them
Girl,
120 gold worth of gems.
But Sitharian, I think has
Because
some-
they're going to have to
Sitharian
pay
can
to
do
refine the
swim.
gems and everything like that.
It's really,
we've done
it's
this,
literally
like,
us 4.
I just
If
don't
we-
remember.
If we
So
got
I'm just
Gurgle and him can already swim,
During
so
the
it's supposed to
swamps,
us
me and
4.
Gurgle were completely unhindered by
Yeah.
water.
So really, I need 1. That's and then everyone else has pretty good strength, but we can give someone else something too.
Yeah. You are the big one. I'll move slow as hell. And if I can't get a melee, I can't hit anything.
Okay.
You got your quick toss.
Doesn't work underwater.
So
Also, doesn't work.
So
well,
2.
it might work, but it would probably be disadvantage.
Ranged weapons.
So we're at
just
600
can't
so
throw them
far.
underwater.
Oh,
Unless
yeah,
you have
true,
crossbow.
true.
Do we just want
And
to
I
buy
don't
all
have
4?
a crossbow.
You have to have something like a crossbow.
What's your speed? Raza would also be slow as hell.
On what?
So we're at 900
Water?
gold.
You have
Underwater.
half movement underwater.
Okay, we're just gonna buy them
Oh,
all.
I'm so as hell out of water.
We're just gonna buy them all.
Like at this point, most
1,200
people are
gold.
probably faster than me. Yeah.
Okay, Terrence,
30
all
feet.
us 4 at a ring of swimming.
All right.
Most people in
Minus
group, I
the
think, are
gold.
higher than that though.
Okay.
I don't think I can wear
I think it's just.
It's not
it's,
attuned.
It's not attuned.
You can just wear it.
No.
Oh yeah, I guess Gurgle is also barbarian.
He also has a belt that gives him 10 plus.
Girl
That's
could
why I
also
always
swim
give
underwater.
Rorschach the ring.
He
of
can
swimming.
also bonus action dash.
Before he could attune to items, I'd give him a ring of swimming because it didn't require attunement. So
All
he
right,
could
is
swim.
there anything
Wait,
else?
who has the ring that makes them allowed to just ignore?
Ring of
Ring of Freedom
Yeah,
movement?
that.
It was given away.
It
No, we
given
gave
with-
away the
given
ring of
away.
protection.
It
No,
was,
it was
with
on
the
Collider.
character. Yeah, it was with the character that left.
Oh,
Bah.
Collider?
Probably.
Bruh.
By the way, Terrence, if you ever leave,
Yeah,
we get your rings.
In,
Well,
the
if it
answer
was a
is,
Segway, we
is it
would
in
do
one of
it.
your guys' inventories?
I don't know. I can leave that character.
Well, if it's in his inventory, then he should have it.
That's fine. The 74 gold I got from gambling.
You want me to add it here?
How many healing potions did you say?
You already
I told you.
How many did you say? I didn't add it.
He said
You rolled the
2
d6. What'd you get on
superior.
the d6?
Yeah, 2. 2 you said?
I felt like it was
Superior?
2.
I did mean to say superior. Yes. Yours was supposed to be greater as well. I
He
apologize.
told you regular. Yours was
greater,
supposed to be greater.
Yours was superior.
Greater what?
So your
Healing.
your basic healing potion you got that was supposed to be greater.
Oh.
I apologize.
Get rid of your basic and return it with the greater.
Tiku still has superior healing potions on her, so she's fine. I also still have 1 more potion of growth. I did not know. Or I forgot to remove it. One of those 2 things. It's still in my inventory.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to do? I would put this probably like a little bit into the afternoon.
Okay, anything else we think we need
Time
for
to
a
go?
god of water or a light of storms?
I think we're good.
By the way,
How much money do we even have? Do we even
I don't know if anyone would notice this, but Sitharian is a much more joyous individual, I guess.
I was gonna say chipper.
Chipper is the word.
The whatever the weight on his shoulders from yesterday seems to be lifted.
Guys.
Trinity cringes, but
My
but
passive
Zephyr's
perception,
like,
I'm
oh,
gonna
I'm
say, is
glad
not
you're
high
in
enough
high
for me to
spirits
know.
today.
Oh.
That would be insight.
Zephyr.
What?
That would be insight.
Zephyr.
Yeah.
Zephyr.
That's
Zephyr.
also as low.
Yes, Terrence.
Anything else you can do that we want?
Like, look straight. Don't look at
I mean, I
Cytherin.
just asked
I think Cytherin is snake person.
No, it's just when earliest
Oh, shit, he
convenience
heard us.
provides. Could we make our way to the western ends of the continent?
I mean, that's fine.
That's a weird request.
Why to the western edge?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Why?
We need to get to the island. That's where I need to go next to revive my family.
Sounds.
Speed.
That's where I have to go next.
Okay,
That
I'm inside. I want to insight the shit out of
They
this.
no longer.
I do too.
Died.
I could say you 100% get inside it.
It's like, what do you mean?
Especially
next?
because he told you
Besides
before
severe
that the
healing
next
potions,
step he had to
better
do was not great.
That's fair. They're still learning.
Oh damn! I got an 18.
I got a
A
16
poison
deception.
potion as well.
18 insight.
I don't know if that's deception or persuasion, but
For you,
it's the same plus either way.
Potion of growth.
well, so you're not contesting him because he's just trying to read into. So effectively, with 18 would beat your passive. Both of you would beat his passive. But what you would learn from this,
my passive is 18. I don't.
Still,
that still beats.
I
That
think
is 18's the DC for them to beat.
Oh, okay.
it's like armor
If you were
class, I
rolling
think.
off, Ty goes to the defender. But in this scenario, they're trying to.
It's like
yeah,
armor
because it
class.
works like
yeah.
armor class.
Yeah, it works
So
like armor class. It's
what you
passive
would
defense.
know from this is that it'd be one of two options. He either did whatever the bad step was, or
He found an alternative.
or he's decided to do the bad step, and the bad step is in Serpent's Crest. So you would not know that it's done. You would
Yeah.
just know that he's committed to the idea.
So what would my insight be though? Since
Based on what you-
that's information
yeah, he
I
doesn't
don't
have-
know.
Based on what you know of him, it's.
He had a good night.
Does it just reinforce my belief that he's a snake person?
He had a good night.
You would simply think that there's more to the story. It would be like he's like, I need to go there to revive my family, and you're like, he's not saying everything. I don't know what it is, but he's not saying something.
You
That's
could
good.
still be a snake person. I'm keeping my eye on you.
By all means, Talents. I'm just asking once we're done with this, done with Zinderhold, if we could just make our way there.
Poison resist. How much is that?
That was not a sigh. I apologize.
You're good. You're fine.
Sorry, any poison resist too?
Sure, we can go.
100 gold.
You obviously can tell he's
100?
lying.
Hey, you.
You could obviously tell Zephyr's lying. I rolled a natural one on my on my deception.
100 gold.
I would say, correct me if I'm wrong. I would say that's less lying as a not committing. He's
Oh, yeah, like-
sure.
like-
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
We'll think about it. That's more of what it
it's
is.
like there's
It's
there's no confidence behind it. At
He's
all.
not saying no, but he definitely didn't say yes.
What about cold?
What?
What
I
about cold?
guess we'll come to it again.
I'm looking at some
later.
of the resistances.
Sure.
Something wrong.
Cold is 75.
Just remember, Cytherin.
Nothing.
I think snake people are delicious.
I have gold.
I'm not a snake person.
What?
Can I have
That's what a snake person would say.
175 gold?
I am a snake person.
Why?
So does snake person
okay,
say
we've been
also.
spending a lot of gold.
I'm a snake person.
I
What's
was
worth?
hoping.
Your city's almost getting to the point where you're going to start cranking.
Right.
I want to get a cold
Especially
and
now.
Right.
poison resist potion.
Okay, so.
So he's getting to
okay.
the point what?
Start cranking.
Here you go, Tico.
Oh.
Try not to spend it all in one place.
Man, I spent it
She
all.
literally just takes it and just hands it to the guy. That's great. That's great. Guy, anything else that you'd want to do?
All right.
I just feel like we should have a few options. On
As
these.
we're walking, can I make a perception check? I believe his name is
Crap.
Zektos,
Now I'm thinking about fire.
the Scarred
Lightning
Leonin.
causes fire.
I also, being as it's the next day and
That's
we're
fine.
about to go
It's
into
fine.
traveling where we skip days, I want to use my sending stone to Dalaran again,
Okay.
and I'm gonna think out my words a little bit more meticulously.
21, by the way.
Tikus.
Nope.
I did.
Tiku.
When you get
Keep
back,
in mind, he usually hung out in Ralpergan as well. So seeing him topside wouldn't be as common.
I've seen him almost all the time topside. The only time I saw him in Ralpergan was when we went to meet the Little Devil.
Be that as it may, he is from Ralpergan and told you that he spends most of his time in Ralpergan. Coincidence.
Fair enough.
I spend 10 gold on food supplies.
Okay.
Could I have asked Gurgle to keep an eye out then? As I'm pretty sure I would have known that.
Okay.
Well,
Just so the
I'm gonna say
party's aware,
yes.
though, we have 116 platinum equivocal.
Right now.
Okay.
I mean, if you need funds.
Well, I'm just telling the party.
He's not at the. We
Right.
in general we have that much.
Well, I should have let you roll for him.
Rip.
Gurgle got a natural 1. You looked out for him. Didn't find him.
mission,
Gurgle has a passive of like 22 or 20,
idea,
if that helps.
It would help,
So which means
but he does not find it.
Okay. So, I'm going to say,
idea. I've realized the Alchemist Guild is lacking. Gather information about the potions on a list I sent them. Procure a trade agreement. Increase funds. More members. More likely.
AKA expand.
Do what you were doing already.
He responds back. You get back. Probably should have asked Zephyr. I usually just fight and patrol.
we gather information, though, right?
Osh.
Shh, wait. He says, we're already working on the network. Also, have you ever heard of order overload? And then it counts.
Too many things to focus on at once.
Dude, there's a lot of things to be done.
Okay. So with that, you're able to done preparing for the day.
You
Too
should
many
just put
things,
a
too many
caveat. This is just a list in case I disappear for another 2 years or so.
Or like priority list, like number them.
Priority list number
I'm actually going to ask you to actually write these down, by the way. I need you to write all the stuff you want him to do down and give it to me. You've got a lot of them.
All right.
You can't remember them that he forgot.
Set,
you guys-
settling up with merchant, getting disguise.
Oh, also, so you purchase the goods of 200 gold. If you're hiring someone to come with you, it's going to be another 50 gold to actually hire
I mean,
the
that's
merchant to come
fine.
with you.
We're doing that.
So that's hiring effectively a merchant, like I was going to say caravan, but that's not. You're hiring like a wagon with a merchant, and thankfully he does not have to pay for guards because you guys are with him.
We are the gods.
Indeed. But yes, with that, as you guys are getting ready to leave, the only thing you're a little bit surprised about is that you're not greeted, or sorry, you're not sent off despite letting Ormerton know that you were looking to leave soon. Instead, you're actually greeted by the same guard that was guarding Ormerton the night from before. From in the library, as he comes to you and you guys are just kind of finalizing, getting ready to leave. He says, I apologize, friends. I did. It seems that the lack of sleep was definitely getting to him, and Ulmerton is still currently sleeping. He is healthy. The doctors were able to look into it, but he is not yet woken up. That said, I wanted to make sure we saw you off, and
I hope he makes a good recovery.
yes, we were planning to provide you with more assistance, but I don't know what that was in Homerton's plans. I apologize. So we'll have to better equip you when you return before you head to Zinderhold, as I do believe he has some gifts planned for you as your sponsor.
I believe it'll be better to converse with him after he gets some sleep. I wouldn't see us being too long. Like worst case, how long's the trip? The ride. How long's the ride?
As you're going by wagon, you're looking like 3 weeks probably to 2 there and 3 weeks back.
Okay, so it'll probably be.
What are we doing?
Probably be a couple of months, but not.
So just so you know, effectively what you're doing is you're gonna go. You would have like
Actually, we might just be 3 weeks there, and then we'll probably just teleport back. To be honest, so worst
A month.
case, a couple of months.
Yeah. If you go both ways wagon, then it would be you'd literally go click, click, and then you'd instantly have to go to Zoppercar because it's like a week's travel.
Because I'm pretty sure once we get there, we're gonna blow our
'cause We
cover.
have 3 months, and that would just be 2 months. We still have a month to kill if we wanted.
Oh no, you're right. I apologize. You're right. There's technically the week of travel. Yeah, you'd have almost exactly a month. But with that being the case, as he's getting ready to send you off, he does stop and he says, I do have one question for you though before you go. We had some odd things happen in the palace last night. From what we can tell, no harm was done, but some of our guards at the gate, some of the patrols they woke up in odd places. At first, we assumed that it was a simple matter of they drank too much, blacked out, but they were stiff, almost paralyzed in the morning. We had to bring some of the mages around. And we were worried for a moment, but we couldn't find any source of. We checked the prints. We checked all the. We have no idea what happened, but we know that they were indisposed, and it upon further investigation was not alcohol. I know that you deal with a lot of odd things, and Ted looks to Gurgle and he says, and I know you have connections that I'm not a fan of.
Gurgle, do you know anything?
Gurgle just nope.
Does he know anything? I was curious.
Nope. I don't got girl.
No, that's
That was close, actually, yeah.
That's odd. Do you? I mean, we gotta get going.
It is fine. We will look into it. We still have investigations going on in the castle.
When we get back, we can assist if you need it.
The only thing I can suggest is this storm is similar to the Fey storm. Strange things always happen during it.
Yes, but I couldn't see that only affecting a few.
You haven't experienced it then, as it always only affects a few.
No. I will consider.
So,
I will consider your words. I was just curious if you guys knew what was going on.
Are you worried that the palace was broken into?
We
We're
think
not.
it might have been, but we can find no evidence.
Like
of that.
nothing's missing?
No,
People aren't missing?
not from what we can tell. So, if there's no harm done, then I suppose we'll chalk it up to a weird coincidence.
What
but
if something was added?
If
that is also. I didn't think about that.
why is the dumbest person
He's-
here
he's
so intelligent?
He's like. Good luck.
It's like I did go check on some things.
As he's gonna go start looking to see if anything was added.
I'm
did
starting to
guards
think he's
and
not up
stuff,
for the
yeah, no,
task
it's
of
not
his
about
job.
Not a bad investigation to look into. Adages, sometimes it's not always taken. In this case, we know it was, but
Okay, so semi-prepared, although unfortunately unable to secure backing due to knocking out the guy that was gonna give you your goods. Guys.
So I'm gonna say this. Every day, as we're traveling, I'm gonna cast Nistul's magic aura. I can effectively set. Ideally, I'm hiding my aura of like my type of magic. I'm masking it. It lasts for 24 hours.
That's kind of cool.
And it's effectively an illusion spell that I can place on creature and object, so that divination spells reveal false information about it. The target can be a willing creature and object that isn't being carried or worn by another creature. When you cast the spell, choose one or both of the following effects. The effect lasts for the duration. If you cast the spell on the same creature or object every day for 30 days, placing the same effect on it each time the illusion lasts until it's dispelled. And I can do a false aura and mask.
Yeah, I pulled it up. Which
Yeah.
one do you want to do?
I'm going.
you can do both.
I might do both, to be honest. We change the way the target. So the target appears to spells.
So you'd effectively be changing the
I'm-
essence of your magic, and then also change the way that you would appear when being magically looked upon in any way.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Ideally, I'm trying not to look like a follower of Riveron at all.
Much to your own dismay. you hide you hide your greatest pride. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna have you
feel
roll
like
for
a
this.
man,
Roll me
Zephyr.
a percentage die.
Or have you lost your manhood?
Whoa.
Are you ready, Tree?
What was that?
Are you ready, Tree?
14.
I've done a thing.
14.
He said roll a percentile, not a d20.
We've got the
By
Grim
the way.
Fairy Tale.
The spell. We ever have to deal with like magic assassin people?
That is literally as us assassins.
Yeah. I could literally cast on.
All right.
Could cast it on you once a day for 30 days, and then you would appear as if all your magic was godlike.
So it's like the teleportation circle. You can eventually make it permanent.
Yeah, it can be dispelled, but
That's kind of cool.
Okay, so
What do you mean? My magic is godlike.
first of which, each day that you progress closer and closer to Hethelburn, you have progressively more intense dreams. Effectively, it starts out as you just effectively going through a storm, similar to what is actually comforting for you, to where you feel like you can find Wyvern in the storm. But the first dream is you can't find him in the storm. The storm almost seems empty and lifeless. As you continue to get closer, so like each day as you kind of like wake up, and it's like disheartening, has you a little bit down to the point you guys would actually notice it does affect Zephyr's mood a little bit more and more. Not to the point of like severe irritation, but almost drained.
Razu,
And it progresses from this, you can't find him in the storm, to the storm becoming aggressive and dangerous, and then alive in an alien and
Hostile.
not only hostile, but as you continue to get closer, so within a few days of it, the dreams get to the point that you're pretty sure you can hear something in the thunder. It isn't just a storm. There's something in there. To the point that, again, in like the last 3 days, it almost progresses to the point you're just like, what is it? Something's calling to you in these storms, but it's like muffled. It's almost as if someone's whispering, and then the crack of thunder just completely drowns it out. And every time when you feel that you're about to find something, and one of the times you even swear that you actually see something, someone, you wake up right before you're able to reach the end of this, what is almost repeating dream. With that being the case, around 3, so this would be about, so this I probably should have done this first. This would be 4 days. 4 days before you actually arrive at town. You guys encounter, so just taking the path, which is contextually for everybody. You guys are taking a path through the mountains.
Okay.
Down to Hethelburn. Eventually, you'd be cutting out of the mountains and heading to the coast, which is Hethelburn is closer to a coastal city, not quite on the coast, but very close. As you guys come out of that mountain stretch and head to what is effectively would be 4 days of more so open path, you guys actually find an individual camping. He seems to be camping on the edge of it in the storm. His coat is weathered. It seems that he's been in this storm for a while. He's has a tent that has been pitched here, but the tent is like, it's torn. The inside of it is very clearly soaked. It seems that this individual's been camping here for a little bit hard to tell if he's been here for a while or if the storm has just been worse at times. Also worth noting, apologies, in the mountains, you didn't deal with much more than heavy rains and lightning. It seems that the mountains themselves broke most of the storm that would have hit you, apart from severe winds that would have, in some cases, I guess, been helpful, pushing you along, and in some cases been opposing enough to delay travel, and in 3 cases, cause you to stop traveling early for a day. But with that, as you guys come out of this cavern range, as you come out of this mountain range, heading on the path to Hethelburn, the individual sees you. He stands up to greet you. Before I do that,
I was just wondering, throughout the 3 weeks, if Zephyr could assist me, I was just wondering if I could attempt to gain proficiency in religion, as feel like I've been doing it enough, and try and do this as like that last stretch, so to speak.
I think that depends on if your god is religious or not.
you could work towards it. So what I'm
that's
going to
why I'm
say
saying
is
that.
you're going to make a religion check. What do I want to do for a teaching check?
If you are
Religion?
okay.
I don't know. Performance?
You just make them do the thing that they're teaching,
Charisma.
because
Yeah, I would say that if Zephyr wants to.
Or you could do it the thing they're doing, but make it like a wisdom or an intelligence check. So like,
Zephyr's always happy to teach.
although religion already is an intelligence check in this case, but like if you're teaching acrobatics, maybe like do an acrobatics check, but like make it intelligence modified instead or something.
As Zephyr teaches you, though, you can tell there's
I don't know if that makes
there's
any
something
difference,
about
but
him
You'd still proficient.
that seems off. Like
I mean,
The-
I would have asked, like,
the
hey, what's wrong?
the some
I understand this cold shoulder you gave me before. Is this in relation to that?
what are you planning?
To get my family back, I have to go to it's called the Serpent's Isle.
What is it that you have to do? So you mentioned
No, do you need the daggers back?
You're not there.
You
We're there.
said you did not want to ask questions. And here you are asking questions. I'm willing to answer.
are you gonna do something bad?
Are you a snake person?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
I've already done it. Suffice to say, I was the cause of those gods.
What did you do? Sit
I
there.
didn't do anything to the gods.
But what did you
Well,
do?
Hold on. You said you're the cause of the guards.
As-
and
as
you
you-
didn't
as-
do anything to the
As
guards?
you
We're not.
as you
They
hear
broke off for this particular
as you hear
Sorry, yeah, we're not
like
there. Well, we're there, but we're like off cooking dinner or like eating food or
the
something.
thunder
I'm just
in
saying,
Zephyr's voice
Yeah, there you go.
getting
Well,
louder.
make it
Religion check.
This is just like passive aggression right now. He's not using a spell yet. Thaumaturgy might be used here soon,
I want to do something. How's
which
that?
would be a religion, but
It is always a life for a life.
who did you kill? And then thaumaturgy happens, which we'll see if that even works.
Ooh.
I mean, it's a 10.
Does thaumaturgy work? You rolled a religion check of 10.
Does it work today? I don't know if 10's enough.
Sorry, what?
I'm
What'd
doing.
you get?
I'm just
He's
doing
trying to do
thaumaturgy.
thaumaturgy. He rolled a religion check of 10. Which is a cantrip, I think.
It is a cantrip.
It not only works, it would be like deafening.
Oh.
Like
Okay, so we all hear this.
yes.
Who
whatever the-
did you kill?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like you hear the booming thunder crackle of who did you kill?
Especially because for this would be why you're kind of walking through the cavern. This would actually like echo over the storm.
I actually would take a step back, summoning my blade when you do that.
Okay. Let's calm down. Take a breath.
It like pulled up the ring. Well, she already
I'll be
is like
calm.
cutting, so like making and there's just like,
I gotta think about this.
Quick, gonna note, we backtracked a little bit. This is before you guys encountered that individual. This is why you guys are still
yeah,
traveling.
yeah,
the
this
cavern.
is while it's still traveling. Yeah.
We're probably
you guys
not.
all heard him yell
I'm
very
just,
loud. Who
I'm
did you
just gonna
kill?
say we're probably not calm here.
Well, yeah, you're also stressed and like having bad dreams and yeah.
What do I have? I gotta see what I have prepared. We're not calm. Just saying.
Okay, while he's doing that,
I'm gonna run over.
Okay.
You would see, basically, I have my hand basically pointing like this. My blade is summoned, but it is down at my side. basically not defending myself with my blade, but
I'm
basically
gonna-
having a hand towards
I'm gonna
Zephyr of
call
like, hey,
out-
calm down.
I'm gonna call out to the rest of the group. Theron's a snake person. He's attacking Zephyr.
Terrence, you're not assisting the situation.
That's what a snake person would say.
Tiku's cooking. She glances over.
So he's only.
And I'm gonna wait to see what happens before she does anything.
He's only. Gosh, I don't have the spells I would love in this situation. I mean, it's effectively we're gonna kick off initiative, just so you know.
I'm going.
Oh wow!
You're not, are you waiting for him to respond, or are you actually going into
Are
that?
you?
Like, I'm going to cast a spell. Like, that's what's going to happen here.
What spell do you want to cast?
What is Rosie's reaction? We look.
I
over
have
and we
now
react.
looked
Yeah.
at
I
the
s-
situation.
We
Okay,
haven't
I will
reacted yet,
start
but-
with
Just yeah, but.
Resilient Sphere and try to trap him inside of it.
Oh, a containment spell. Okay.
And I would be
Hold
ready
on,
to
no.
hold action.
Wait!
Blood curse.
Nope, you're not gonna do
I think we
anything.
might need to.
You're not gonna do anything.
Roll initiative, yeah.
What you're gonna do is, as you call that out, and you place
He
your weapon
ran out.
down, you call it to Terrence, who I will say Terrence approaches
approaches.
out. So he said he did that immediately.
Tiku
You-
doesn't do anything. She's still cooking.
You specifically said you weren't hostile towards it.
No.
Okay, so you will get the spell off,
Okay.
which I
So
believe is a
it's-
check.
Yeah, it's a check. It is a dexterity saving throw. 17's the save.
11.
Okay, so he is. Let's see here. The force encloses a creature or object, large size or smaller, within range. An unwilling creature must make a save. The creature is enclosed for the duration. The duration is 1 minute concentration.
So you put him in a bubble?
It's the sphere is weightless and just large enough to contain the creature or object inside. And yeah, I did.
You
The
put him
enclosed
in a
creature
bubble.
can use an action to push up against the sphere. He can roll it. It's effectively he's in a bubble that can be rolled around.
He's in a magic bubble.
Can I speak through this?
I believe it does not
I'm
drop
pretty
spell.
sure you can just talk. You just no like nothing can be like shot outside of it or inside of it.
Can you Misty step out of it?
No.
No,
As I-
it's
No,
anti-magic.
no.
I was gonna
No,
say
you cannot.
even force cage, you can still get a check against. to
So no,
teleport out.
no, you can't speak out of this. Is what I'm saying.
Oh.
So literally in the spell, nothing, not physical
energy
objects,
or other spell
energy,
effects.
which is what I would count sound as, or other
Yeah.
spell effects can
Yeah.
pass through the barrier. It literally says nothing, and by nothing that would include sound.
Yeah.
So-
everything's blocked.
So
And then
what
I get
happened-
everyone else.
In that case, could you see through it?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Yes.
Yeah, you can see through
Yes.
it.
It is a shimmering sphere of shimmering force. Yes, I would say this is clear. So
You would
what happens here?
Basic. I would immediately respond of just I would say something, but he can't hear what I'm saying.
Okay, so you guys hear Zephyr yell impossibly loud. You've
goes
heard
like,
thaumaturgy, and this is like. Actually, yes. Everyone make a Constitution saving throw. Everyone would have heard this. I rolled for Gurgle as well.
Zephyr need to
I
roll.
should
Does it
not
count as
be
a spell
rolling
for
for Gurgle.
advantage?
No, Zephyr does not need to. What?
Spell for advantage?
No, this is literally sound. He's hurting your ears.
If you had drank your thunder resistance.
I
got a
thunder
22.
damage probably.
That's a success.
I got a 16.
That's also a success.
16, it's right.
Also a success.
10.
And
That's a failure.
if people haven't already started getting over here,
I don't know why I made you
Thought
all roll for it. It's
I-
one.
I still continue
The lowest.
thaumaturgy and call for everyone to gather.
Okay.
Secret
The gather is not nearly as loud.
Okay.
You hear the who did you kill, which does 1 damage to everybody because you can't have 1, except for you,
Not me. Oh.
No. Me.
Zephyr.
Oh, so why do we roll? It's just one.
Because I thought I was gonna roll above a 1. I rolled a
Oh.
D4.
Okay.
It was my bad. It was my bad.
Basically, I
Um,
just placed my blade similar to like Knight's Rest.
So as he calls that out, you guys see that he casts a spell, and a sphere appears around Cytherin. Which currently would just have rain, effectively just pouring down at water, just
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, yeah.
spilling off the side
He
of
looks
it.
like a mini waterfall.
Yeah,
Or-
almost like a glass ball put under
underwater
put underwater.
or something. Yeah.
As Zephyr then calls for all of you guys to kind of come through, the merchant that's with you is just like, "What the shit?"
And I'm
And
just
as
staring in his eyes with like an eyebrow curved.
as you elected, as you guys decide what steps you're going to do next, that is where we're going to stop for tonight. As next week, we get to see what happens as a result of actions taken today.
Did we level up?
No, you did not. And you did not meet a man that was camped out.
Yep.
Not yet.
Not
Not
yet.
yet. I
Erase it from
don't
your
know that
minds.
man. No
Didn't
here.
Next
happen.
time
Next
on
time.
D&D.
I dropped the ball a little bit.
There's a man.
Tiki wants to talk to. I guess before that, Tiki wanted to
Nope.
say like.
No.
This
I
is
was
next
gonna say,
time.
I did it.
Just
almost
make a note.
immediately.
Just make a note. This is just make a note. We do it next time.
Whatever
All right.
time to
Outro.
Go long rest
Is you guys were traveling for like 2 weeks at that point.
2
Yes.
weeks
Yeah.
before we had that conversation.
Yes. The answer is yes. You would be missing one spell slot though because you were casting your spell every day.
I've
That's
already
the
have marked
only
off.
thing that would be missing is that one spell slot. With that,
Now
What
two,
damage?
thank
but-
you for anyone who tuned in. It was scuffed. I especially was messing up names a lot, which I don't usually do because usually my notes are there, but they were closed. And it was unfortunate. My fault. Should have prepared better. But thanks for everyone who tuned in. We will be here next week to see what happens and if the party can come to terms with the fact that Cetharin has murdered one of the high princes of Zalparkar. So yeah, thanks for everyone for tuning in. Have a great night. Goodbye.